Okay, at 4 minutes after 9 o'clock, we're going to convene the Mendocino County Board of Supervisors meeting to order, and we'd like to do the roll call.
Supervisor Brown?
Here.
Supervisor McCowan?
Here.
Supervisor Woodhouse?
Here.
Supervisor Hamburg is absent. And Chair Jurdy?
Here, Supervisor Hamburg is ill this morning, so he has a severe cold or flu. I'd like to invite District Attorney David Eister, who's here this morning to meet with the board in closed session before he goes to court, to lead us in the pledge.
Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America, to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Okay, I need to announce that we have a 9 o'clock right now closed session scheduled to accommodate the district attorney, who again has to be in court this morning, and so we're going to be going to closed session, and for security reasons that means everybody who's in the room has to then go into the hallway or to their offices, and we expect that the closed session will take probably 30 minutes, possibly more than that, so just trying to give you an estimated time for the closed session. So we'll reconvene the Board of Supervisors at 9:48, and I just did want to report out a closed session that we discussed one item in closed session, which was conference with legal counsel, anticipated litigation, significant exposure to litigation, one case, and let's see, we go to consent or we go to I'm sorry, we just gave direction to staff. And then we're going to go right into our proclamations next, which is the first one is National Alcohol Awareness Month. I'll read this one. So whereas alcohol is the most commonly used addictive substance in the United States, contributing to 4,554 deaths per year in California, and whereas more than 2,200 deaths are due to alcohol poisoning each year, leading to 6 alcohol poisoning deaths every day, whereas young people who begin drinking before the age of 15 are 50% more likely to develop alcohol dependence than those who begin drinking after age 18, and whereas 5,000 youth under the age of 21 die annually from alcohol-related car crashes, homicides, suicide, alcohol poisoning, and other alcohol-related injuries such as falls and drowning, whereas 44% of Mendocino County adults report binge drinking at least once per year, and whereas the Health and Human Services Agency Public Health and Prevention Planning Unit provides programs to reduce underage drinking through classroom and community education, youth development and leadership programs, and the collaboration with law enforcement and youth serving organizations, whereas the Health and Human Services Agency Behavioral Health Recovery and Substance Abuse Disorders Treatment Programs assist participants who have substance use disorders, utilizing evidence-based curricula to support them in creating and maintaining a healthy, balanced lifestyle free of alcohol and other drug abuse. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the Mendocino County Board of Supervisors hereby proclaims the month of April 2016 as National Alcohol Awareness Month and calls upon families, government agencies, businesses, schools, and healthcare institutions to support effective alcohol prevention and treatment programs. And I think we may have a few people here for this item. So if you do, call them up.
Good morning, Chairman Jurdy, members of the Board of Supervisors, and CEO Angelo. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to address you this morning. My name is Samantha Kinney, and I come today to speak on behalf of Mendocino County Health and Human Services Agency Public Health Programs to ask you to join the movement towards a healthier nation. During National Public Health Week, Public Health will focus on the theme, Healthiest Nation by 2030. Each day of the week, staff will provide ways in which community members will take preventive measures to live a longer and healthier lives. 3 out of the 8 national issues highlighted under the Healthiest Nation 2030 includes help wipe out food deserts and increase opportunity for everyone to choose a healthier food options. The food we eat affects more than the size of our waistbands. There's a direct link between poor nutrition and many of the leading causes of death in America, such as heart disease, cancer, stroke, and diabetes. Healthy eating is important at any age, but the food on a young person's plate can change their life and growth for life. Yet data shows 60% of children in Mendocino County consumes the recommended serving size of fruits and vegetables per day. Through our SNAP Ed programs, Public Health collaborates with schools and community organizations to engage people of all ages to engage in physical activity, as well as provide information that will enable individuals to make healthy food and drink choices, with ultimate goal of reducing obesity rates and chronic diseases in Mendocino County. Secondly, help increase high school graduation rates. High school graduates tend to live a longer and healthier lives than their peers who drop out. This is partially due to a graduate's ability to earn more money and afford better health care and housing in a safer neighborhood. Dropout rates in Mendocino County are increasing. In the past 3 years, our high school dropout rates have increased by 4%. Common barriers for graduates are due to bullying, undiagnosed and unmanaged physical and mental health issues, and chronic stress related to social and environmental circumstances. These barriers are directly and indirectly relating to public health. That is why public health supports programs such as Friday Night Live, a mentoring program for young people through an implementation of enriched opportunities and support system. Friday Night Live vision is to work hand in hand with young people so they are both problem-free, fully prepared to achieve in school, and more likely to attend higher education, which will ultimately increases their chances of a full-time job. Mendocino County currently have 5 Friday night chapters. Third, help strengthen the public health infrastructure and the capacity. In the last 100 years, public health has increased the life expectancy by 30 years through vaccination, control of infectious disease, and many other activities. Today, a new era is quickly emerging in the field of public health throughout the United States. Public health workers are a long way from the days of confronting singular health threats such as polio, cholera, and tuberculosis. While the field will always have a role in investigating, treating, and protecting community members from disease, their unique skill sets are shifting from providing clinical services to population-based approaches through a collaborative collection process. This complex undertaking towards a new public health infrastructure will continually and ever evolving. Many public health departments throughout the nation, including our own, are restructuring and rethinking their roles in providing services through a public health accreditation process developed by the Public Health Accreditation Board, PHAB or FAB. As of March of 2016, 117 public health departments nationwide, 4 in California, including the State Public Health Department, has earned their status of accredited, which means these agencies are satisfied a set of practice-focused and evidence-based standards. This accreditation process will enhance public health's capacity to improve internal practices through integration of quality improvement, increase efficiency and transparency, as well as support for vital public health infrastructure. In 2014, as a part of the FAB prerequisites, HHSA Public Health partnered with Healthy Mendocino, Ukiah Valley Medical Center, Frank Howard Memorial Hospital, Alliance for Rural Community Health, and North Coast Opportunity to complete a countywide community health needs assessment to identify specific needs and challenges in this community. On June 8, 2016, the partners will be hosting a community health improvement planning workshop where we will be presenting the findings of the assessment to our stakeholders, including local government, schools, private sectors, nonprofit organizations. I invite you to the workshop to help identify and address health problems, assess data, develop health objectives, and cultivate community ownership of the process. So in respect of Public Health Week, we come here today, and so you will join us in the movement towards a healthier community so this country one day can become the healthiest nation in the world. Everyone has a role to play. Each action, no matter how small, can make a big difference in this community. So thank you for your time. And right now I'd like to invite our Public Health Officer, Dr. Connie Caldwell, to speak.
If I may, I will defer until you get to the National Public Health Week proclamation and let the folks.
We're just going to give both at the same time because it's more or less the same people.
Oh, okay. Well, then I will proceed. I didn't want to usurp somebody else's opportunity here. Good morning, Chair and members of the board. As you will hear shortly in this next proclamation, this week marks National Public Health Week. The theme is Healthiest Nation 2030, as you just heard from Ms. Kinney. And one of the themes of the week is to build a nation of safe, healthy communities. To build such a nation, we need to understand where we are now. To that effort, the Robert Woods Johnson Foundation recently released their nationwide county health rankings for 2016, and each county in the nation is ranked among other counties in their own state. So I wanted to just point out a few things about Mendocino County's ranking this year. Mendocino County ranked 40th of the 58 counties in California. This is not dissimilar from how they have ranked in the past. A few steps up or down doesn't really mean too much in this system. However, I wanted to look at the things where we rank particularly well and the items where we could improve. Many of our clinical care and access to health care measures actually are better than the state average. Many of the measures of physical environment, including air pollution, are better than the state average. Only 17% of our adults report poor or fair health, meaning that 83% of adults report their health as at least good. However, on some measures of health behavior, such as tobacco use, adult obesity, excessive drinking that we heard about a moment ago, and physical inactivity, not getting enough physical activity, Mendocino County is about at the state average, which doesn't mean there's not room for improvement. 15% of our adults smoke tobacco, which is still better than it was decades ago, but a whole lot higher than we would like. 23%, or nearly a quarter of our adults, are classified as obese, and 17% of adults, at least 17% of adults, drink excessively. Depends how you measure it. Food insecurity, meaning you really don't know where your next meal is coming from, is at about the state average, but a lack of access to healthy foods is actually at double the state average, which is a little surprising living in a rural agricultural county, but clearly there are parts of the county where folks cannot purchase healthy foods. Unemployment is improving since the recession, but we still have 1/4 of our children living in poverty, and nearly 60% of our children qualify for the free lunch programs. Housing problems affect more than 1/4 of our population. This is about comparable to statewide, but we shouldn't be patting ourselves on the back for that. And in a few areas, we are notably worse than the state average. Violent crime, the rate is actually above the state average. And the rate of premature death before age 75 is quite a bit higher than the state average. This has a number of factors affecting it. Infant and child mortality rates, as you probably know, are higher than the state average. And we also have a high rate of deaths from injuries. In addition, the drug overdose death rate is nearly double the state average. But by recognizing where we stand, we can strengthen our efforts to improve the challenges of our community. Public health and a number of community groups have projects to decrease tobacco use, increase access to physical activity, increase access to healthier foods, improve high school graduation rates, and very importantly, improve safe prescribing of opioid pain medications. So these efforts need to continue and be strengthened to move towards a healthier nation by 2030. Thank you.
Are there any brief comments on alcohol awareness?
Yes, I'll make it really quick. So, hello, I'm Janine Miller. I'm the Behavioral Health Director, and I will be really quick. I just wanted to say thank you for acknowledging April as Alcohol Awareness Month. Alcohol Awareness Month was started in 1987 to help reduce the stigma associated with alcoholism and to bring education about alcoholism to the communities. So we are very glad to be here. We're really excited to have April be recognized as Alcohol Awareness Month. We will be handing out red ribbons like we do every year to acknowledge that. We do a lovely brochure that will also talk about alcohol, how to identify alcohol in a family member, so that you can see if someone may have an alcohol problem. So just really quick, 16.3 million adults ages 18 and over had an alcohol use disorder in 2014. And in 2014, an estimated 679,000 adolescents aged 12 to 17 had an alcohol use disorder. So pretty high numbers when we look at that. Lastly, I really want to acknowledge and thank the amazing staff we have, our prevention and planning unit and our substance use disorders treatment staff. They all do an amazing job on prevention, outreach, education, and treatment to our community. So I want to acknowledge them for that. Thank you.
hand over both proclamations at the same time, so we can get everybody up here. So Supervisor Woodhouse is gonna, he has the, helping.
National Public Health Week, April 4th through 10th, Proclamation.
So you can get on the other side over there.
can all
right?
just-
Oh, yeah, there we go.
Do them both?
Yeah.
Think?
You.
Okay, we have two more proclamations. This one may not have a crowd in the audience, but I don't know, maybe Alan Flora, our Assistant CEO, might step up for this one. This is National County Week. So Supervisor Brown, I'd like you to read that one.
Thank you, Chair Jurdy. As your representative to NACO, this is a proclamation of the Mendocino County Board of Supervisors recognizing National County Government Month. Whereas the nation's 3,069 counties serving more than 300 million Americans provide essential services to create healthy, safe, vibrant, and economically resilient communities, and whereas the County of Mendocino and all counties take pride in their responsibility to protect and enhance the health, welfare, and safety of its residents in efficient and cost-effective ways, and whereas through National Association of Counties, NACO, President Sally Clark's Safe and Secure Counties initiative, NACO is encouraging counties to focus on strengthening the safety and security of their communities. And whereas in order to remain healthy, vibrant, safe, and economically competitive, America's counties provide public health, justice, emergency management, and economic services that play a key role in everything from residents' daily health to disaster response. And whereas each year since 1991, the National Association of Counties has encouraged counties across the country to actively promote their own programs and services to the public they serve, as we heard moments ago. And whereas the County of Mendocino exemplifies a safe and secure rural county through its public health facilities located in both coastal and inland areas of the county, the Sheriff's Office Resident Deputy Program providing services to remote communities throughout Mendocino County, and the maintenance of 1,014.86 miles of county roads by the Department of Transportation. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the Board of Supervisors of the County of Mendocino hereby proclaims 2016 as National County Government Month, dated April 5th, 2016, signed Dan Churdy, Chair. So, Alan, I don't know if you want to receive this and then mail it to NACO.
I won't make a speech, but thank you.
Supervisor McCowan for the National Library Week.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Proclamation of the Mendocino County Board of Supervisors recognizing April 6th through 11th, 2016 as National Library Week in Mendocino County, whereas libraries are not just about what we have for people, but what we do for and with people, and whereas libraries have long served as trusted and treasured institutions, and library workers and librarians fuel efforts to better their communities, campuses, and schools, and whereas libraries are evolving in order to serve their communities and to continue to fulfill their role in leveling the playing field for all who seek information and access to technologies, and whereas libraries and librarians open up a world of possibilities through innovative programming, maker spaces, job-seeking resources, and the power of reading.
And whereas libraries and librarians are looking beyond their traditional roles and providing more opportunities for community engagement and deliver new services that connect closely with patrons' needs. And whereas libraries support democracy and affect social change through their commitment to provide equitable access to information for all library users, regardless of race, ethnicity, creed, ability, sexual orientation, gender identity, or socioeconomic status. And whereas libraries, librarians, library workers, and supporters across America are celebrating National Library Week, now therefore be it resolved that the Board of Supervisors of the County of Mendocino hereby proclaims National Library Week, April 10th through 16th, 2016, in Mendocino County. We encourage all residents to visit the library this week and every other week and explore what's new at your library and engage with your librarian. Because of you, libraries transform. Dated April 5th, 2016, signed Dan Jurdy, Chair. And there is a lot going on at our local libraries, so please check it out. And we have our librarian here to receive the proclamation. Thank you, and we invite you to make comments.
I'll just keep it very short and sweet. So, Chair and Board and CEO, thank you very much for recognizing National Library Week. The library is truly the community center, the hub of our county, and we have such a wonderful, vibrant, and successful library system, which reflects the vibrant and successful county that we live in. So I encourage everybody to rediscover the library and see all the wonderful happenings that we have going on. And if we don't have what you want, we will make it happen. So thank you very much.
So now's the part you're all here for, the public expression on agenda items, and we have quite a few speaker cards here. I did want to announce that regarding the consent calendar, there was a discrepancy in the publication. Mr. Robert Scott, who is an applicant for the Westport Municipal Advisory Council, he is seeking appointment to the vacant position, not the alternate non-voting position. So that's just a clarification. And I also wanted to note, because I see a few people here who I think may be here for the afternoon items on fire. This morning I got contacted by Supervisor Hamburg. He's sick. He's not able to come here today. He's the other half of the ad hoc committee on fire service. And he asked that the item on Proposition 172 be held over. I also received a phone call this morning from Dave Roderick from the Fire District Association. He also asked that that item be held over to a later meeting. And so if you're here for that item, first of all, it's intended for the afternoon anyway, but secondly, Mr. Roderick is intending to be here to say that publicly, and he's also sent an email apparently to his contacts with the different fire districts throughout the county, advising them, I think as of about 8:30 this morning, that he's requesting that it be held over. So I just wanted to announce that before we get to the any comments on that item in case someone has other business to deal with this morning. So I'm just going to go through the comment cards here we have on non-agenda items. First is Ellen Faulkner, and then I'm going to follow that up with Jan McGordy. Okay.
Okay. Most of the information that I have to give you, or any of other...
Make you speak more directly into the microphone.
Most of the information I have is for the general public, and since you're part of the general public, you can always come and check it out at the table that we have outside. So I'll take my 3 minutes to just explain something that I recently learned, at least partially recently learned, is what is the rule in the forest practices rules that allow the kind of forestry that's going on here, of killing tan oaks. There's a rule that says the more tan oaks you kill, the more conifers you can remove, because the rule says that conifers shall be no more than 15% of any forest stand that's to be cut. Not just tan oaks, but the all the softwoods, and they're subject to be poisoned. The tan oaks are subject to be poisoned by imazapyr, and the other hardwoods can be poisoned by glyphosate too, which has recently been shown to be carcinogenic. And I have the safety data sheets for imazapyr outside also that will show you that if there is a spill, that run, because it's so poison. Tiny amounts of it can kill a tree. That doesn't mean they use tiny amounts of it, since there's 90,000 acres of dead tan oaks out there that have been hacked and squirted. Some say 5 million trees, 1 million trees a year, but I can't verify that. I can verify the acreage. It's different from what John Anderson told you. As you know, according to the Gusti study, dead tan oaks present a fire hazard. However, the whole issue is not even an issue for me. What's an issue for me is that tan oaks should not be destroyed. They should be managed. They're a food tree, just like salmon are a food supply, and both of these are being heavily impacted by herbicides now. That means our food supply is being impacted by these poisons. This imazapyr especially migrates very, very quickly to the watersheds, into the water. It's been found in people's wells in Compsey, but I can't verify that either because the woman whose well was poisoned isn't here, and I haven't spoken with her, so I don't know how that came out. But she was at the Casper meeting about this issue. So the last thing I want to say is that the Board of Soups, as it's presently constituted, hasn't really been protecting us from problems with air quality, problems with water quality, and I consider that a health and safety hazard in itself.
Okay, thank you very much. Time's up.
Okay, but the most important health and safety
Next up, we have Jan McGorty. We have a busy schedule here.
about
Jan McGorty, then we have
is-
Andy Alvarado. Thank you very much. So Jan McGorty, you're next. Then Andy Alvarado next.
So I actually found out that the comment is for an agenda item. Should I change it for later?
What's the agenda item?
6A.
6A? Okay. I'm just trying to figure out where that is on the... Trying to see if that's a morning or afternoon item. That's going to be an afternoon item, so if you wanted to speak now, go ahead.
Okay, yeah, because I have an appointment this afternoon. Thank you. Is that better? Okay, I know it's kind of hard to hear. So I just want to make a comment on the standing committees that the board has created, which I think is a fantastic idea. And their set calendar, which I arranged my schedule to attend the meeting last month in the pouring rain, only to find out it was canceled. So when I asked why, I was told that there was no business to discuss. So I thought that was really odd, considering the issues concerning mental health that are currently happening, and the Stepping Up initiative, and the lack of CIT training that would have both been covered on those standing committees. So it's my hope that these standing committees will continue keeping the schedule that was set for them, because it's always important to gain perspectives by interfacing with the public so you can make better decisions. Thank you.
Okay. Andy Alvarado, and then Rebecca Edwards.
Good morning. My name's Andy Alvarado, and I'm the Assistant Chief Investigator for the District Attorney's Office here in Ukiah. One of my roles as the supervisor is I oversee our victim witness unit. And I'm here a week early, but knowing you're not in session, I wanted to come and speak about National Crime Victims' Rights Week, which is taking place next week. Annually, Americans are the victims of more than 20 million crimes, and crime can touch the lives of anyone regardless of age, national origin, race, creed, religion, gender, sexual orientation, immigration, or economic status. Many victims face challenges in finding appropriate services, including victims with disabilities, young victims of color, deaf and hard of hearing victims, the LGBTQ victims, tribal victims, elder victims, victims with mental illness, immigrant victims, teen victims, and victims with limited English proficiency, and others. Too many communities feel disconnected from the justice and social response systems and have lost trust in the ability of those systems to recognize them and respond to their needs. Victims of repeat victimization who fail to receive supportive services are at a greater risk for long-term consequences of crime. The victim services community has worked for decades to create an environment for victims that is safe, supportive, and effective. Intervening early with the services that support and empower victims provides a pathway to recovery from crime and abuse. Honoring the rights of victims, including the right to be heard and to be treated with fairness, dignity, and respect, and working to meet their needs rebuilds their trust in the criminal justice system and the social services systems. Serving victims and rebuilding their trust restores hopes to victims and survivors, as well as their communities. National Crime Victims' Rights Week, which is next week, April 10th through the 16th, is an opportune time to commit to ensuring that all victims of crime, even those who are challenging to reach or serve, are offered culturally and linguistically accessible and appropriate services in the aftermath of crime. The Mendocino County District Attorney's Office Victim Witness Unit is hereby dedicated to serving victims, building trust, and restoring hope for justice and healing. On behalf of our office, I'd like to express our sincere gratitude and appreciation for those community members, victim services providers, criminal justice professionals who are committed to improving our response to all victims so they may find relevant assistance, support, justice, and peace. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, Rebecca Edwards and then Regina Dixon.
Hi, my name is Rebecca Edwards. A recent article in the AVA brought my attention to emails that were released in Public Request Acts regarding the animal shelter. I would like to read the first two paragraphs of an email requested by the shelter supervisor and sent by a volunteer on January 15th to the shelter supervisor. This email was sent 2 weeks before I was hand-delivered a letter at my home revoking me of my volunteer privileges. The email reads, "The shelter supervisor is collecting letters concerning the disruptive nature of Becca to the shelter staff, and volunteers. Here's mine! Exclamation point. To whom it may concern, Ms. Edwards has run a months-long social media campaign against the Mendocino Animal Care Services shelter, bashing the competence and morality of the staff, using inflammatory language and pointless rhetoric, writing hurtful and personal attacks of shelter employees, and concentrating her venom towards the shelter supervisor, and provoking the members of so-called Friends of the Ukiah Shelter with posts devoid of real facts. Unable to accept the good news in a graphic showing the numbers of dogs and cats adopted in 2015, Ms. Edwards immediately took to social media with an obvious negatively slanted post. My negative post referred to by this volunteer was a question asking, will you also be showing your live release rates? A question that I did not think was negative or slanted. After reading this email and others, I can only imagine what else was collected about me. It's clear that there was never any intention to allow me my due process rights, and that all along there has been a conspiracy to ban me from the Ukiah shelter. The entire situation and timing of the revocation letters of both Shanna Phillips and myself of our volunteer privileges paralleled around the RFP process and during January, and it's very suspicious to me that these problems suddenly arose. In the past, I did not have problems with the staff. We have gotten along, texted, emailed, we helped the animals together. Then suddenly I'm no longer wanted at the Ukiah shelter after using my First Amendment rights on social media. My termination letter says nothing in it about my posts on social media being a problem. Meanwhile, I have multiple emails proving that in fact my difference of opinion on social media was a big problem. For months I have been desperately searching for answers and seeking communication. I will not rest until an investigation is handled properly from an outside party and fairly investigates the allegations and my explanations are heard. I think we can all learn and grow from the situation, but the way in which it is being handled is not going to allow for that. I would like a chance at due process, and I would like the other volunteers to feel safe voicing their opinions. I want nothing more than to have an opportunity to learn from my mistakes I may have made, clear up any false allegations, and move forward in a positive manner with everyone involved. Regardless of how long it takes, I will always be willing to work together with shelter staff. and help the animals in any way that I can. I was always at the shelter for the animals. This is my passion, and I will never give up on it. I would also like to add a thank you to Supervisor Brown for her time with meeting with me regarding my volunteer privileges. It's the first time during this process that I felt that I was being heard, and I really appreciated it. Thank you.
Thank you. Then Regina Dixon and then Mary Jane Montana.
Good morning. Thank you for the opportunity. My name's Regina Dixon. I live in Laytonville, California, where I'm currently in escrow on a piece of property located at 3751 Branscombe Road. This property is occupied by a tenant at this time who the seller has been working on an eviction process with her since August of last year. We've been in court. Her removal date was set for April 1st, and then her lockout date is set for April 12th. So that's just a little bit of background. The real reason I'm here is this tenant has 16 horses that she does not have a place for. She's trying to use every appeal process that she can to prolong her stay at the property. I've been in touch with Officer Hodgson with Animal Control. He's been really, really helpful. He's been going out and monitoring the animals. They're malnourished, but they're not malnourished to the point of where the county would need to step in and take them over. What I'm here today to ask help for is the lockout date being next Tuesday. Is I just want to make sure that George with Animal Control has all of the resources available to him when it's time to move these horses. I'm prepared to actually do the moving of the horses myself. The tenant doesn't have a truck or a trailer or the means to do that. But like I said, she doesn't have a place at this point to take those horses, and I don't foresee her situation changing so dramatically in a week that when the sheriff locks her out next Tuesday that she's going to have a place to take the animals. I don't know what the answer is or where that place is. I don't know if there's rescue sites in the county that are equipped to take that many horses at one time or if they need to be split up. I just want to kind of make this subject known to the Board of Supervisors so that if Officer Hodgson or Sheriff Tom Allman or somebody is asking for some help or some support with this, that these animals be taken to a place where they can be cared for until she either finds a place and can pay for the expense of keeping them, or they can be adopted or, you know, dealt with as necessary. Thank you.
Okay. Mary Jane Montana.
Good morning, Board. Just a quick update of what's been going on at the animal shelter. We were able to have a volunteer meeting last night. We had it here in the board chambers. We had approximately 25 volunteers attend. We spoke and talked to each other for about 2.5 hours. It's the first meeting. I hope to have more. It was valuable, I believe, both for me and the volunteers. And I'm also working on a handbook for the volunteers so that they have something that it's a little more tangible that they have to reacquaint themselves with rules and that sort of thing. Staff also participated last month in an adoption event at Mendocino County Farm Supply. 4 dogs were actually adopted at that event. We had great help from volunteers. We let the volunteers choose which dog they wanted to take, and we had a number of dogs there, and it was a great event, and we hope to participate in more. Things are moving forward. We had some good weather, so we were able to clear out some areas in the back that will allow us to start doing some remodeling with different cages and configuration of cages in the police hold area. Regarding the speaker that just spoke, Officer Hodgson has been in contact with me, and we're searching right now for places. I'm saying places because I haven't come across anybody that can take 16 horses yet. So the animals will probably be split up. We're also contacting Sonoma County Safer and see if they might have some areas as well. So we're aware of it and working with the animal control officers to make a place so that they can get them picked up and moved as necessary. good things are happening. The invitation still stands for you guys to, and folks to come out there, see what we're doing and where we're going forward on things, and we're really excited. And invite the public to come out as well, and I think we're making some good steps. And a little bit later, either this week or the first part of next, will be our official county web page for adoption of the animals, and so it'll be more closely linked with our Facebook, and so good things.
Thanks for the update. Montana Podva, then Don Potash.
Good morning. I'm the non-incumbent candidate for the 1st District Supervisorial seat. I'm running because 51% of the offices, elected offices in the United States, go unopposed. And when they go unopposed, nobody knows that the office exists because it's not on the ballot, and nobody knows who gets the office.
So, sorry, you need to address the board.
Yes. I will address the board about the matter in which I tried to get copies of the 1st District Supervisorial map, and it turned out that the map that I got and paid $6 for was not the 1st District, it was some other district. I went back again to get a map, so I knew what precinct to walk, and that too was not the 1st District. So the third time was a charm. I went in and asked to speak to a supervisor, and John McGowan came out, thankfully, and he asked me, well, why didn't I go on the internet, the website, the official website? And my response to him was, well, because I don't have a computer. He said, well, you're going to be at a serious disadvantage running for election. That may be true. The purpose of this, however, is why wasn't I given a copy right off the Mendocino County website from the people that have the maps? I don't know the answer to that question. I do know that the people in charge came running over and handed me the large map that afternoon that I was able to take home and make copies of and return to them the following day, or the following after the weekend was over. But that's history. This, however, in going to the website, I find that the AVA is sorely lacking. Is there a representative of the AVA here today? Because I'm going to give you 10 copies of the official website cover that I just paid $1 to get from your administrative secretary. And when you see these 10 copies, who do I give them to? You're going to see that someone either played an April Fool's joke or nobody's been proofreading. Because, Carrie, you're Dan Hamburg. The only person that's himself in that picture is Mr. Woodhouse. Now, if I didn't know who you were, I wouldn't know how to address you. That kind of incompetence can only lead me to believe that come a year from now, there should be an excellence in county service resolution presented by the board rather than just acknowledgement of county service. Incompetence is not something that Mendocino County wants to be known for. Thank you very much.
Okay, Dan Potash, and then Don Rowe.
Hi, Dan Potash, 10450 Kelly Street, Mendocino, Vice Chair of the Mendocino Historical Review Board. Last year, we sent the Board of Supervisors 2 letters asking for their direction and action. One on bringing the notice requirements to neighbors of projects within the historic district into the 21st century. And I'm very happy that and pleased that the board did give direction to staff to implement a notice system that I understand is now in place, and I want to thank both the board and the staff for acting on it. The second letter had to do with including a narrow exemption in the Solar Rights Act, asking the state legislature to carve out a narrow exemption in the Solar Rights Act in your legislative package, which I understand is going to be subject of discussion 5B today. Is that correct? In which case I'll talk about that then. All right, am I
That's
missing?
that's just a standing item on our agenda, but go ahead.
Is that, will I have an opportunity to get up at that point and just make a brief comment then? Okay, at that time. And will that be this morning? 5B?
Possibly. It'll be this morning, but it'll most likely be this afternoon.
Okay. Well, let me just,
Go ahead.
again, thank you. I understand that that has been included in the legislative package, that request to the legislature to make an exception to the Solar Rights Act. With that assumption in mind that it has been included in your package, I just want to thank you. We are working with the Pasadena Heritage Foundation, which is sort of, for those who don't know, is the gorilla in the room when it comes to historic preservation in the state of California, to form a coalition with Mendocino and Pasadena and Los Angeles and other main players in the historic preservation arena to pursue that kind of exemption. And as we move forward, I'll bring you updates about that. Thank you.
Okay. Don Rowe.
Good morning. My name's Don Rowe. I live here in Ukiah. I'm also the Mendocino County Coordinator for Californians for Electoral Reform. I'd like to talk to the board about California State Senate Bill SB 1288, Local Options for Elections, which is important to Mendocino County because it expands local control of local elections. And specifically, it would allow general law cities, counties, and school boards the option, with voter approval, to switch to ranked voting, also known as instant runoff voting, ranked choice voting, single transferable vote. And it provides voting procedures for both single winner and multi-winner elections, such as city councils or school boards. And I know a number of you are familiar with ranked voting, so I won't go into that. You do have handouts with my own contact information and various websites, so you can refer to those. You can contact me later with any questions or concerns that you might have. I know some of you may remember in 2009 there was AB 1121 was introduced, which made it through both State Assembly and Senate, mostly along party lines, but it was vetoed by Governor Schwarzenegger. So we're trying again. We're more hopeful that we'll be successful this time. I mean, last time we got endorsements from the Ukiah and Fort Bragg city councils and a number of individual council members. Just like to call your attention to a few highlights from Senator Leno's fact sheet, which you have in its entirety. First of all, change to ranked voting method is entirely voluntary and requires voter approval, and points out that when you have more than 2 candidates for office, the system that we use now can fail badly because of vote splitting and the spoiler effect. And he gives an example of Mayor of Adelanto in San Bernardino County being elected in 2014 with a whopping 31% of the vote. And because there's no runoff elections, the county and candidates would be saving money, and it would also allow coordinating local elections with state or federal general elections when voter turnout is a lot higher. It's endorsed by League of Women Voters, League of California Cities, and a number of other local nonprofits. And basically what I'm asking the board for is Senator Leno is requesting letters of support so that people in Sacramento know that we in Mendocino County and other general law jurisdictions actually want to be able to make our own decisions. We want to be able to study this issue and make our own decisions as to how we want to run our own elections. So anybody who can send an individual letter of support by April 19th would help with a vote coming up in the Senate Elections Committee in Sacramento coming up on the 19th. And of course, a letter from the entire Board of Supervisors would be very helpful as this bill moves forward through coming up for a full vote and ultimately to the governor's desk. So thank you.
Supervisor McCown.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I've already told Mr. Rowe that we would have a letter of support April 19th for the board to consider. But as he states, we could send our own letters in the meantime if we wish.
Okay. Before we get to the consent calendar, do we have any other comments on non-agenda items? Go ahead.
To the podium.
Okay. So we're on the well, you've already spoken once on so no. These are comments for the consent calendar? Okay. I thought. Okay, we've got 3 comment cards here for the consent calendar, but 2 of these speakers already spoke. Jason Brenner.
Hello, my name is Jason Brenner. I'm with Collaborative Design and Planning. I would like to first thank you for all the efforts the board has done, the ad hoc committee and legal counsel has done on the work regarding the facilitating cannabis cultivation regulations for Mendocino County. Attached is a brief description of what my client Frank Van Franken would like to do on his site north of town at North Cal Wood Products. The summary outlines Frank Van Franken's hopes to develop a completely sustainable zero carbon footprint cannabis cultivation. This is possible on the site. The cultivation would be a maximum of 22,000 square foot greenhouse cultivation with supplemental lighting. All electricity would be generated on site with solar and wind technologies. All the water would be collected in a rainwater facility with a 4 million gallon holding pond. This would set the standard for cannabis cultivation in the nation and be a feather in Mendocino's cap. Mendocino Green could be a standard of large 3B type grows, cultivations, and sustainable agriculture. I would like the ad hoc committee to please consider allowing type 3B cultivations if they conform to the high standards represented in Mendocino Green's proposal. I therefore suggest the Board of Supervisors consider larger 3B type medical cannabis cultivations with stringent environmental standards for the following reasons. 1, let's keep Mendocino competitive. Allowing type 3B cultivations will allow Mendocino to compete with other counties facilitating type 3 cultivations. Allowing type 3B cultivations will also give Mendocino a competitive edge in medical cannabis market over other counties prohibiting these larger grows. Limiting the cultivation size to 10,000 square feet effectively forces a burgeoning legal market to remain micro type of business. And imagine if we did that for wineries or lumber industries. 2, we have a chance to raise a lot of revenue for our county. By supporting larger economic cannabis market, we would be able to afford to get our streets repaired, homeless shelters built, mental health facility programs, and increasing our funding for rapid responders. We have these opportunities. We have seen these opportunities happen in other states where it became a legal business. Becoming a leader in the field of sustainable cannabis cultivation is an opportunity here. We can create a viable industry that's sustainable with zero carbon footprint. I understand that there are concerns that larger cultivations could negatively impact the environment and or small mom and pop cultivations. However, stringent environmental requirements will address these concerns. This method of regulation is already in practice in California, where industry and manufacturing is highly regulated. I implore the board members to treat cannabis like an economic product similar to wine, take advantage of the fact that Mendocino is in position to capitalize on local industry and help create an industry that is sustainable. I'd also like to address.
So your time's up, but we've read your letter.
Okay.
What is it you want us to do? We're voting on the consent calendar. Do you want us to amend it, approve it, oppose it, what?
I just wanted that issue to put out here. I was told that this would be when I would speak to regarding the cannabis cultivation.
Well, it's actually public comment rather than to the consent calendar.
That's what I was wondering earlier when
Yeah.
I was put on that.
Okay. All right.
Okay.
Okay, thanks.
So I wanted to speak in the public, but I guess I was put in the consent calendar.
Okay, so we've got Jan McCordy is our only card regarding the consent calendar. Do you have something that you want to address item 4K, 4L, 4M, and 4N? Support, oppose?
I believe the department was going to pull those from consent, so they'll be discussed along with 5C.
That's right. The 10 a.m. timed item on the mental health transition. So the 4 items on consent
Can
are
you
pulled
give me
to-
the letters again, please?
K, L, M, and N.
Yes, it's the 3 amendments to RQMC and OMG's contract, and then the transition contract with RQMC. Those 4 items are pulled.
And they will be heard what time?
They will at 10 o'clock.
At 10.
With 5C. With 5C whenever we get to it.
Get there, okay.
Okay. Now that's really clear. So we'll go right into 5C at 10:43. And we'll postpone voting on the consent calendar.
Good move.
Okay. So what you also have that the clerk is passing out are 3 additional pieces of information, and copies will go in the back as well. So what I'd like to do is go through this. So on March 15th, this board received an update regarding the status of our mental health services transition, and that also included the Ortner Management Group's notice of intent to terminate effective June 30th. So based on that, staff and a newly formed transition team, which includes Redwood Quality Management and the Ortner Management Group, has been meeting with the intent that the number one priority through this transition is that the clients be served and there's no break in service. So today we would like to update the board on what we've done since our last board meeting on March 15th. So the Kemper Consulting Group, as an update, Lee Kemper has been in communication with us. He is working with us. We do have a contract with him, as you know, and he has been reviewing our transition plan and also the chart on the Kemper recommendations and any work that's been done. He will be working with us on the contract going forward for July 1, and then additionally the request for proposal process. The second bullet on page 2 of the agenda summary is the transition plan and the Kemper recommendations, and we have those attached, which we'll get to in a minute. But clearly, through the transition plan and any transitional contracts that have been before this board or that we have signed, we fully expect that Ortner Management Group will be here and will provide services through June 30th of 2016. The mental health services contracts and the transition fiscal overview, we did move forward with a small contract with Redwood Quality Management that included a period from March 21st through April 5th. The reason we did that was the concern that we would run into an issue where we had a client, an adult client, that possibly could not be served and that we would need an alternate provider. And in order to do that legally, we had to be certain that we would be able to share information, client confidentiality, and all those issues. So that's why we went ahead and expeditiously moved on that contract. And as you can see in the agenda summary, that was to provide emergency mental health services in the event of a potential disruption in critical and mandated services. On today's agenda, and that is one of the items that we pulled and decided to include with the transition presentation. That would be 4N. That is the RQMC contract to provide, let me see. I'm sorry, that is actually the RQMC contract that's up to approximately $800,000 to provide adult services through the period of April 5th through June 30th. And again, that is to prevent any disruption. The transition fiscal overview, this board has asked, and also the Behavioral Health Board has asked about the costs of the transition. All those costs, of course, are estimates. What I have asked of the staff is that they give us a best case and a worst case scenario, and an estimate from the staff at this point is approximately $500,000 to $850,000 for fiscal year 15-16 as far as transition costs. And we have some information going forward about those transition costs. Also, you can see from the agenda summary, it's noted that the 15-16 adopted budget does include sufficient budget authority to cover the payments for all those costs currently included in the transition plan. At an upcoming meeting, though, the board will need to make further adjustments to the mental health budget to provide service through the end of the fiscal year. And we do believe that between realignment, MHSA, and possibly Medi-Cal dollars, that we'll be able to cover all of that. Also, the 3 contract amendments that were pulled, which is for K, L, and M, we can get to those after we discuss the other transition items. And let's see, we've talked about the amendments. Lastly, I think that in talking with the Ortner Management Group, there is a request from OMG for an additional 4-month contract from July 1 through October 31st. And this is purely costs of $16,000 a month, and that is so that they can continue to work on necessary billing and associated administrative services throughout those 4 months after their contract is terminated, after they terminate. So we will be working on a contract with OMG for those 4 months that will come to this board. And then we also have attached a mental health quality assurance quality improvement summary. But before we actually look at the transition plan, the Kemper recommendations, the quality improvement plan, and then I will ask our Behavioral Health Director, Janine Miller, if she has any comments as well. What I would like this board to know is that the transition team is made up of county staff, Ortner Management Group staff, and Redwood Quality Management staff. And the transition team has been meeting. We've had formal transition team meetings. The last meeting we had was yesterday, and we had 2 members of the Behavioral Health Advisory Committee join us in that meeting. Aside from that, there has been ongoing work, meetings, phone conferences, and shared documents happening since the beginning of March, when we knew that Mr. Ortner and OMG would no longer be with us as of June 30th. So there has been a lot of work done by the transition team, and that's what you see in these documents. So while the agenda summary clearly explains everything we're doing, I wanted to just speak to this with the board, that I think that the transition team and all the members have been working diligently and very professionally in trying to move forward in a very difficult situation. I do believe that the number one concern is the clients, and that all 3 parties are working to assure that the clients be served. That's why you see the multiple contracts coming forward, so that we're certain that we have an adult services provider when needed. And so with that, you have attached to the agenda that you received, you have the transition plan, and you also have an update on the Kemper recommendations, those that have been done, and you have a document from Ms. Miller that is the Behavioral Health and Recovery Services Mental Health Quality Assurance Summary Table. The reason that document is included is because there were questions at the March meeting, I believe by Supervisor Woodhouse, regarding the Quality Assurance Committee. So Ms. Miller went ahead and put that chart together and is available to speak to that today. Additionally, you have received, as of 10:45, I believe you have received 3 documents, or maybe 4, Carla. I'm not sure what you passed out. I think there was the mental health transition and ASO contract Q&A clarification dated April 5th. This is a product of questions that came to us by one of the board members, and this, I believe, is the summary of those questions and those answers, so that all 5 board members would have the same information. I believe you also have a document from Redwood Quality Management Company that speaks to their transition cost breakdown. And let me see. And then you should also have a 1-page or 2-page document that has to do with the electronic health records update. So you have a lot of paper in front of you, and not that we like to bombard you with paper, but we want you and the public to know the amount of work and effort that is being put together by this transition team to shore up the system and fix the problems that we have. And so at this point, I will either, Chair Jurdy, defer to you and the board for questions, or we can go straight to Janine Miller if she has anything she would like to add to everything that we've discussed.
I just wanted to add one quick thing. on our Lee Kemper recommendations, because as things are fluid and there's a lot of change happening every day, so I wanted to update. The contract manager appointment, we noted that it was in progress, and we did yesterday offer a job, and the individual has accepted. So I wanted to let you know that we don't have all the details yet or the time frame, but we do have an individual who has accepted the job, and so we will have someone in that position soon.
And we don't.
Your microphone.
We don't yet know when they will begin,
Correct. I don't have that information yet.
but we're hopeful it would be within 30 days.
Yes.
Okay. Any questions from the board?
Yes, as a matter of fact. So I did ask some questions earlier and did meet with staff, and then we do have the printed answers here, which I appreciate all the work that staff has put into this entire transition issue. It's been a huge undertaking, and I think we can all be proud of the work that staff has done in this regard. Now, one of my questions was related to including the global ASO contractor compliance requirement as recommended by Kemper in Appendix D, and the response says that that requirement has been added to the RQMC transition contract. So we have concurrence by the contractor on that?
It was added to the contract. I do not know if, I'm assuming that they saw it based on it went through the proper channels, but I
And
can't-
then where it says it was added, well, we had one contract, a $50,000 contract through April 5th, just to make sure we were covered in case the current adult provider, for any reason, was not able to continue providing service. We haven't had to utilize that contract.
Correct.
And now what's in front of us is a contract to cover the period of today through June 30th. And part of that contract is approximately $460,000 that, and those funds, if approved by the board, will be expended. They will cover the costs of the new adult services contractor building their capacity and providing for contracts with their subcontractors to assure that they are ready to take over July 1st without any interruption to service.
Correct. It'll be for the transition cost, correct.
And then secondarily, there's an additional approximately $360,000 provided that, again, in the event they need to step in and immediately begin providing adult services, they will do so on a reimbursable basis.
Correct.
And that amount won't need to be expended providing the current adult services provider fulfills their contract through June 30th.
Correct.
And I'd also ask a question, I think it's important to note, regarding the administrative fee, which approximately $175,000 out of an overall $460,000 sounded high. However, when I met with staff, again, this isn't simply an administrative fee to administer the remainder of the amount specified in that contract. It's also intended to cover the administrative costs of having to build capacity and be prepared to take over with a full administrative team starting July 1st. And so really what it amounts to is 3 months of what their normal administrative fee would be going forward.
Correct.
And again, it's really related to them having to build their capacity, which will include probably hiring a number of positions.
Yes.
Is all that
Yes.
accurate enough so
Yes.
far? Thank you.
Well, in fact, I was looking at the numbers here. The annual budget for RQMC plus the transition costs for RQMC, and then comparing their administrative costs versus total budget, it only goes from 7.16% to 8.24%, and that compares with 18.5% for Ortner. So it's still substantially below what Ortner's administrative fees were by any measure.
Correct.
Any other questions? Go ahead.
Thank you. Thanks for asking all the questions, Supervisor McCowan. I appreciate the information, and I hope that we will always have these as regular agenda items and not be on the consent calendar. I would appreciate that. Thanks for the quality assurance breakdown too. That's very helpful, and I'd like to meet with you later in the week. I have a lot of little questions to ask. But I wonder if I could ask just specifically about the two figures for Willits and Laytonville. Those are for this year's monies. I think one was $35,000 and $20,000 for Latino.
You're referring to the contract amendments, correct?
Yes,
Do we have a page number?
Sorry.
Those are not, those two amendments,
Separate.
Chair Jurdy, those are not part of the transition. Those
Okay,
were
very
the
good. I'll wait on those.
amendments to the contracts that we pulled to include with this. Certainly, we can speak to that now, but I just want to be sure the board knows that's not part of the transition or the transition costs.
Yes.
All right. So those two amendments are part of, they're coming now because they were part of the MHSA plan. It's part of the MHSA 3-year plan, and they needed to, we needed to do the services. And as part of the MHSA plan, we needed to do those services. So we needed to contract with RQMC and OMG so that those services would be performed as part of MHSA. So one of them, the Willits services, is a contract that Ortner has created with Nuestra Alianza.
Yes.
And the other one, RQMC, will be working with Laytonville Resource Center.
Great. I advocated for both of those and appreciated that they were put in, that they weren't dropped during the changeover. I'm just making my wishes clear that those are continual programs. They've been underfunded, both of them, and the numbers that they're going to provide you will be surprising, the outreach that they accomplish from those resource centers.
And as far as I know, they are in the plan for this next year. So
Good. Thank
for
you.
MHSA.
All right. That's all. Thank you.
Okay. Supervisor McCowan, I see you have the pen up again.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just a little bit more detail on those items. So 4K is a contract to provide additional services in Willits. And it's my understanding that Nuestra Alianza has been providing those services since January.
Yes, I do. I have a copy of the contract that Ortner Management Group executed with Nuestra Alianza in January.
Right, so this will pay them for the 6 months, January through June 30th.
Correct.
And then with regard to item 4L, which was for specialty mental health services in Laytonville to be provided through Laytonville Healthy Start, this contract would take effect when approved by the board, presumably. So it'd be, if we approve it today, it would authorize providing and paying for services from today through June 30th.
Yes.
And so therefore, the contract amount of $35,000, which I believe was an annual figure, would be prorated.
Let me ask our fiscal people on that. Here somewhere.
The services for
Healthyville.
Can you state your name for the record?
I'm sorry. I'm Mary Alice Williford. I'm with HHSA Fiscal, and I'm here to speak on the $35,000 for RQMC, and that will cover the period from January through June 30th.
So are we then saying that the services have been being provided
Correct, they
by
have.
contract with RQMC with Laytonville Healthy Start?
Yes, they have been. It's my understanding
I
they
see.
have been.
I see Camille Schrader shaking her head
Well,
no.
So yeah, so they have not entered into a contract with Laytonville, and they will prorate the rate, is what I'm being told. So yes, they will prorate the rate, and they have not entered into that contract as of yet.
I'd like to hear Ms. Schrader.
Camille
Chair.
Schrader, Redwood Quality Management Company. We will prorate with some adjustment because they have to ramp up to be ready. So we were hoping to actually take the actual dollars that would have been stipulated from January to June and just that for the remainder of this year. So that they get contracts in place and activities provided.
So you
Laytonville
would-
right now is under particular stress.
You would work that out with the department and
Yes.
Laytonville Healthy Start, but
Yes.
the actual maximum amount would be $17,500.
Yes. And we've already discussed that with Laytonville.
Right.
Okay?
Thank you.
Sorry, it was my misunderstanding. I actually thought that the services had been started to be provided.
And then I did have a couple of additional comments. What a surprise. So in both cases, with both of these amendments, we say the expected outcome of the amendment is that the contractor will provide new outreach and engagement mental health services as delineated in the county's mental health plan. That's 4K. 4L, again, says that we'll expand delivery of mental health services as delineated in the county's mental health plan. And I believe the department does have the specific language from the plan. My request would be that we include the specific language describing the actual service that's going to be provided in the contract instead of just a general comment, it's in the plan. So, so I think the more specific we can be about what we're contracting for, the better practice it is. So before we get to actually approving these, hopefully we'll have the language at hand that if the board agrees, it could be amended into the agreement.
We may have to hold off till this afternoon. I don't know that between now and
Well, I don't know
within
when
the
we're
next
going to
hour.
vote on it. We have to hear from the public too.
Okay.
But anyway, and then aside from that, the style of both of these, the agenda title, and I've discussed this with staff, but I believe that with 4K, the clause that says for a new total amount of 7.6 million should be the last phrase in the title. And likewise with 4L, for the new total amount of 9 million, et cetera, it should be the last phrase in the title. Otherwise, it misleadingly makes it look like that whole amount is actually going to the new services that we're funding. A similar question about the fiscal impact. I believe the intention of that section is to describe what's the fiscal impact of the items before us. And so with 4K, the fiscal impact is 20,000, it's not 7 million. And with 4L, it's potentially 35,000, not 9 million. So I think this is a situation of we're doing it the way we've always done it. But it may not be it's time to review it, I think. So those are my comments on those.
Okay, do we have other comments right now, or we want to go to public comment? Okay, so here we are. Right, come on up if you have any comments on either the consent calendar items or 5C.
Good morning, Camille Schrader with Redwood Quality Management Company, and I just wanted to clarify that as the CEO said, we actually came up with the worst case scenario in terms of thinking in terms of the transition. The funding that was put for the adult provider one-time operational costs is, as Supervisor McCowan said, to have them ready on July 1st with electronic health records, with vehicles with space, with providers, with all of the training in place so that we can hit the ground running in terms of entering all clients and having a smooth, no wrong door system. Those were the primary costs, and we will reconcile all of those costs retroactively as well as we go with the county in case there's either, in case there's, it was the big bucket picture, and what we need we will ask for, and what we don't we won't need. So thank you so much. Thank you on behalf of the adult providers as well.
Hi, I'm Jan McGordy, and I'm in Carrie Brown's district. And I'm also serving on the Mental Health, Behavioral Health Advisory Board. We went to a wonderful training last week in Sacramento, and it reiterated that the duties of our board are to advise and review contracts, among other things, and that it's really important to understand the culture of our community and the way that your board works to be in a good relationship. So my understanding of the culture of the past of Mendocino County is to appoint advisory boards, but subsequently ignore their work and suggestions. So it's my hope that during this National County Government Month that this conventional practice can be changed to value the work of individuals who donate their time and professional experience. There's a lot of professional experience on our board, for example, and listen to the advice in a timely manner. Reviewing contracts 3 years after they're written really isn't a timely manner. So as a member of the Behavioral Health Board, I feel that we've been ignored and disrespected as a board, and my husband is wondering why I'm wasting my time. So it's my hope, and I'm putting faith in this, that I'm not wasting my time, and that you as supervisors will allow boards such as ours to perform our mandated duties because it's good governance. Thank you.
My name is Montana Podva. I had the opportunity to sit in on the last meeting of the advisory board, and I was dismayed at the fact that they all felt totally ignored in the process of deciding which management group would be handling the mental health issues. I was dismayed because I was a staff liaison to the Residential Conservation Service for the Energy Commission 30 some odd years ago. We had 20 people on that advisory group from all elements of the industry, building standards, contractors, electricians, plumbers, everybody was represented. I made sure that their recommendations got to the ears of the two commissioners who were in charge of that process, and ultimately it was successful because people listened. Distrust in government begins when the people at the top stop listening to the people at the bottom. It's supposed to be an equal opportunity to understand and learn from each other. I would encourage you, and if I were elected a member of this board, I would certainly listen to the public that I've appointed and or asked to advise me on the issues that are coming before us. Thank you very much.
Good morning. Susan Wynn Novotny, Executive Director of Manzanita Services. We're an adult services behavioral health program with centers in Ukiah and Willits. I wanted to speak just, I think, personally and emotionally. That's fair. As a former member of the 3rd District, I currently live in Ukiah, but lived for 14 years north of Laytonville. I wanted to just support the efforts in Laytonville and in Willits with Nuestra Alianza, and of course with Healthy Start in Laytonville. We lived up there when my son first became challenged with mental health issues, and they were a valuable resource for us, and I just wanted to support that. The second thing I wanted to say is that Manzanita is prepared in meetings, in dialogue with both Ortner Management and Redwood Quality Management to support a transition where there's the least upheaval to the clients that we serve. And we look forward to continuing to work on the details of that, including people who are walking through the door and getting new referrals now, how that's managed, where their care management is, et cetera. So I just want you to know that we are a active and I don't know what the right word is, but we are definitely rolling up our sleeves and preparing ourselves for this transition, because I know my staff are dedicated to not having anything harm our clients. So thank you very much.
Good morning. I'm Nancy Sutherland, and I'm a member of the Behavioral Health Advisory Board. And I just wanted to express my appreciation and support for both the comments of Tom Woodhouse and Supervisor McCowan. One on removing the contracts from the consent calendar, so there is an open discussion. And two, working on the wording so that it is understandable how much these contracts are for. Are they prorate? I mean, just the thing like the proration, so that we can really start to understand the process and be effective as advisors to the Board of Supervisors and the CEO's office and the department. So that's my comment. Thank you very much for your support in this.
Good morning. My name is Dina Ortiz, and I'm going to start out with my own opinions, not as a board member. So anyway, in the past years, there has been a lot of talk about the ethical and legal aspects of hiring contractors to provide mental health services in this county. Given the ethical and legal considerations, I think the preferred approach would seemingly be for the county to have an employee-employer relationship and payment arrangements to set wages for each hour worked, regardless of collection or billable time. To do otherwise would evaluate the risk of violation of professional ethics and laws, which would lead to legal ramifications. Since the inception of the community-based mental health services, this county has faced financial conditions that require higher overhead and yield less income. These negative conditions do not, however, justify resorting to financial arrangements that could be unethical and illegal or degrade the mental health profession. To remain professional, mental health providers must operate by ethics that benefit the public, as reflected in the laws pertaining to fee splitting, kickbacks, and to independent contractors versus employment services. There is a need to be realistic and accept the limitations imposed by ethics and laws. Otherwise, there'll be an effort to amend these ethics and laws, and this would lead to a degradation of the professionalism in mental health, in the mental health field. In turn, this leads to poor mental health services. Again, this is just my opinion. But I do think that when you're looking at contracts, that I hope that you look at the references. I hope that you're asking for references from the contractees, that a list of contracts that they have or had, termination of contracts, certifications of no conflict of interest, EEO certifications, and budget narrative and justification. Thank you.
Okay, not seeing any more public comment on this. do we have any board members that want to make a motion? I understand Supervisor McCowan, you'd like to get some additional language in two of the consent calendar items, so maybe we should pull those over to the afternoon if we don't have it now.
Well, and in fact, with item 4M, and I just want to clarify, this is with Redwood Quality Management Company, and this is the one for $153,000. I do have the same issues with the way it's structured, so that could possibly be held over also. And I just want to state my understanding that this increase is necessary in order for the county to provide the correct amount of match for the federal financial participation, aka FFP. And I believe it's the position of the contractor that this is an amount that ought to have been included in the initial contract, but was not. So again, my understanding is this is not authorizing additional money beyond the intent of the original contract. It's approving the correct amount to provide the full FFP match. Is that correct?
Yes.
And again, I would appreciate if these are held over so the modifications could be made and the precise services included, if that's acceptable.
I can accept that, yeah.
And then that would bring us to item 4N, which is the,
I wanted to ask a question about that, Supervisor McCowan. So the services are Medi-Cal specialty mental health services. You spoke correctly that this was to actually bring it to the 14-15 base of actually what the county gives, which was $5 million. So that's true. It reconciles with the 14-15 contract, and the funding authority is basically the same. In terms of what activities you want...
It's only K and L that I'm asking that the specific language from the mental health plan be included.
Okay.
And that's not necessary for 4M.
Okay, good. I wanted clarification. Thank you.
Yeah. 4N, however, I do have a question, and this is the contract for the $827,000 for the transition. And so is there agreement to include item 2 from Kemper Appendix D, the ASO Global Contractor Compliance Requirement?
So I need to read that. As I have said, that we are in absolute agreement that effective July 1st, we will not only have all of the MOUs, but also all of the recommendations regarding compliance, contract compliance, fiscal transparency, et cetera, as frankly we have done since the beginning of RQMC being under contract. So let's be clear about that. However, given a specific comment, if we're speaking to the comment that Supervisor McCowan, can you tell me where it is, what the comment is, what you're speaking to?
Appendix D from the Kemper report, item 2, the proposed global ASO contractor compliance requirement, which begins in carrying out the scope of work contained in this Exhibit A, and there is an Exhibit A in the proposed contract. Contractors shall comply with all requirements to the satisfaction of BHRS in the sole discretion of BHRS. And that would provide that the county actually has control of the contract.
So yes, it is actually that the county has total control of the contract and that it is under their discretion. As I said to you previously, my concern is I want to make sure that in agreeing to that for the July 1st contract, that we have actually vetted all of what those pieces mean, and we've talked about a dialogue whereby if because we've been working together for many, many, many years here, and I know that I will have a different interpretation of something than, say, Janine does, or my friend And I want to be able to have a process by which we've agreed to have that conversation before we hit the top ceiling that says, I have sole discretion. And I want to say that because we have had a very tumultuous relationship with the previous mental health director, and trust goes both ways. So I would like to be able to clarify all of those relationships ahead of time and in a very, very clear. And my mantra is real dialogue, honest dialogue, real accountability, and right mission. And I think we all are going to be doing that. And in that light, I think that the Behavioral Health and Recovery Service will be absolutely in charge of making sure that we provide the right and appropriate services to the children, youth, and adults of Mendocino County.
So I think you
So,
hear.
I've said that.
I think I hear you saying that you agree in concept to include this in the transition contract, or really it won't be a transition, it'll be the contract that would go into effect July 1st. You agree in concept to include it in that contract, provided the details you specified are worked out, but you're not...
I've agreed. No, I actually think that we are working together and seeing each other every day, and I can agree to that statement because I understand how it would be implemented right now.
So you could then
Yes.
agree to include this paragraph
been included.
2 from Appendix D in the contract we're approving today for the period through June 30th?
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Camille?
Yes.
Mr. Chair? This is not a contract question, but I've been
Okay.
getting a lot of calls from people concerned about the changeover, and I haven't been bothering you because I know you're communicating with everybody. Keep it up. They need to be talked to. That's what we did. We can improve from how we did it before, and hoping we're going to do better.
So it's not, there, I think all of us, the county, RQMC, and the adult providers, and even OMG, are all attempting to communicate in as many ways as possible
That's
to
very
try
good.
and reassure. I think the MOU process is probably what needs to get going, because I think that's the place where, especially the hospitals and the clinics and law enforcement, and we have several lists of things that we want to make sure that are included in those, and I think that'll help alleviate some of the, how are we going to make sure this rolls out differently, so.
And let me know when you're needing a free ride up to Laytonville to visit Healthy Start, or anybody up there.
Yes, okay, great.
Thanks.
Thank you.
Supervisor McCown.
Well, with all that, I might be ready to make a motion.
Go ahead. Oh, it's,
Yeah.
Theo Carmel.
Excuse me, Chair Jurdy, I just want to make one comment that we plan on coming back on April 19th with another regular agenda item as an update on the transition plan. Thank you.
And one more comment also, and we've heard the request from some of the public, and I'm confident this board would agree that during this continuing transition period, and certainly extending through next fiscal year, any contracts related to the provision of mental health services ought to be regular calendar items rather than consent. So, you know, if no one objects, maybe the chair could give that direction.
Sure.
So.
And may I comment on that, please? I think that's important to the people of this county and those engaged in mental health issues. And I think it's only fair to everyone countywide, because many of them are listening to our meetings, not able to make it here, and they're not necessarily going to the consent calendar to look at every single item that's under there. So I feel that is a good statement, and I can support that.
Thank you. So the recommended action with a slight amendment is approve agreement with Redwood Quality Management Company, RQMC, in the amount of $827,068 for costs associated with the adult system of care transition from Ortner Management Group, OMG, to RQMC, including the proposed global ASO contractor compliance requirement from Appendix D of the Kemper report, semicolon, authorize the HHSA director to sign any future amendments to the agreement that do not affect the annual maximum amount, and further authorize chair to sign same.
I'll second.
So it's simply the recommended agreement, the contract in front of us, and adding to the contract the proposed global ASO contractor compliance requirement.
I think we heard agreement.
Yep.
Okay, I think we'll vote by the button on this.
Motion carries with Supervisor Hamburg absent.
I'll vote for him.
They do that in Congress, don't they?
So did we have one consent calendar item we wanted to get to right now, or we want to hold all of them off?
I think we could hold them all off and then have them presented in final form, so there's no explanation needed when they come back.
I can agree to that. I don't know, well, I know that Redwood Community Services is in the room, and there's Tim, and does Ortner have a representative here?
I think they left the county a few months ago.
Okay. Then I think that's important, but I do feel we need to get it done and have public review a little bit before we go to that item when we come back.
Sure. And again, I do want to say and compliment all of our staff, HHSA and Executive Office, for the work that they have done in bringing these contracts together and getting this transition plan in place in really record time, I think. So, thank you.
And I also want to compliment staff and Robo Quality Management. I mean, they've had meetings, both county staff and Robo Quality Management, with me and people on the coast. As far as I'm concerned, we are listening to the public. I mean, they've been crying for a change, and we're giving them the change that they want. And we're going to actually develop a new system in Mendocino County and on the coast that actually meets their needs. So now, next item is a related item, and we're going to need to take a quick break in order to make a conference call with Sheriff Tom Allman, who's out of town today. And so we'll take a quick break and be back in 5 or 10 minutes to go to our next agenda item.
Which
Okay, at 11:37, we're going to resume the board meeting. The next item is related to the item we just had, which is item 6B. So item 6B is put on the agenda by myself and Supervisor McCowan, and that's discussion and possible direction to the Chief Executive Officer to prepare an analysis of potential fiscal impact to county services posed by a ballot initiative entitled the Mental Health Facility Development Initiative of 2016. On March 15th, at our last meeting, during comment on non-agenda items, Mendocino County Sheriff Tom Allman informed the board of his intent to circulate a petition to place a temporary sales tax measure on the ballot in order to construct mental health facilities in Mendocino County. A 500-word summary of the, quote, Mental Health Facility Development Ordinance of 2016 was provided to the board and staff. The summary of the initiative states it would enact, quote, a temporary 5-year, 1/2 cent sales tax in all parts of Mendocino County to develop facilities in Mendocino County to assist in the diagnosis and treatment of mental health and addiction recovery, unquote. The initiative also states that, quote, 10% of the funds shall be used for the purpose of establishing and maintaining a public safety mental health training facility which will be used for training first responders and mental health professionals in proper and modern mental health methods of treatment and techniques, unquote. Further, for both mental health and training facilities, the initiative states that, quote, no funds may be used for other incidental but necessary purposes, including staffing of such a facility. A facility or facilities of this type would require significant ongoing operating expenses. However, the Board of Supervisors and members of the public currently have no independent fiscal analysis that would assure any new facilities would not operate at a deficit and negatively affect the provision of other mental health services or services provided by other county departments. Therefore, it is recommended that the board direct the Chief Executive Officer to prepare a report on the proposed initiative pursuant to California Elections Code 9111, which authorizes at a minimum its fiscal impact and other impacts to the that the board may desire. The code section, and I don't want to read the whole section, but anyway, there's a code section on this in government code relating to initiatives such as this. Further, it is if the initiative is certified by the County Register of Voters to be placed on the ballot, it is requested that there be a subsequent agenda item to give the board the option to direct the county auditor to prepare a fiscal impact statement based on the Chief Executive Officer's report and any other relevant information pursuant to the California Government Code that relates to this. I don't want to read that section again. A thorough analysis of the proposed initiative is critical for the Board of Supervisors and for the public in considering whether to support the passage. The CV Star Community Center in Fort Bragg provides a recent example of constructing a dream facility without accurately knowing in advance the ongoing operational and staffing costs. Just months after constructing a beautiful $24 million facility, the Mendocino Coast Recreation Park District seriously considered mothballing the structure. It took voter approval of a permanent 1/2 cent sales tax to guarantee the doors could remain open. The CV Star Center clearly shows the risk of building a facility without having a financial, sustainable operational plan in place. No one wants a repeat of that experience. The County Council has prepared a ballot title and summary for the proposed initiative. If the register of voters certifies that sufficient valid signatures have been collected, the initiative will appear on the November 8th, 2016 ballot. August 12th is the final day that all items, including board approval for the initiative and submittal of a fiscal impact statement from the auditor, must be completed to make the November ballot. And so therefore we've put this on the agenda, Supervisor McCowan and I, and Sheriff Allman, when we called him last week, we told him about this agenda item, and of course we all want him to speak on it, and we weren't aware at the time, but we found out that he had to be out of town at an important meeting, and so we have him on the speakerphone. He has to go into another meeting, so we want to give him the opportunity to speak first on this item.
And just very briefly, though, I want to say that so far the plan as presented is a plan to develop facilities to assist in the diagnosis and treatment of mental illness and addiction recovery. What we don't have is a plan that says these are the actual services that will be taking place in these facilities, here's what they'll cost, and here's how it will be paid for. So this agenda item is an attempt to try and get those answers, and we certainly look forward to working with Sheriff Allman to try and accomplish that.
Sheriff Allman, are you there?
I am, and thank you for allowing me to discuss this through speakerphone. I'm at the state capitol right now about to testify in front of the fiber optics situation in front of the Public Safety Committee, and I'm sorry I can't be there. However, with all due respect to the chair, I'm going to disagree with him because the CV Star Center, while it's a beautiful facility for our county, and then I'm glad it's here, it's apples and oranges from a mental health facility because the state and federal government reimburses our counties for mental health services. So we certainly are guaranteed reimbursement costs that we put out. And all the discussions we've had with mental health over the last year, you know, whether it involves privatization or the county doing this, the services, one of the things that I haven't heard from any of the providers is there isn't enough money. What we've heard is the money that we have is not being spent correctly. And what I believe, and many of the people who I have talked to and who have worked with me on this initiative believe, that if we do have mental health a service center in our county, then we're going to still have the same money coming back to us for the services we provide, but we're going to be able to keep that money in Mendocino County and have our employees providing the services. And very truthful, it's part of the economic drive. Instead of sending our money to Yuba County or to Solano County or Sonoma County, the majority of it hopefully will stay in Mendocino County. So I do not know how anybody could, even a consultant could put together what the cost of operating this would be. What I would suggest we do is we look at a county our size that has a same or similar mental health situation that we have, and we send somebody from the CEO's office and possibly somebody from my office to that county and look and see how much it's costing them. Because other than that, it's going to be a very biased opinion, or it's going to be a not fulfilled opinion by just taking a guess of what it's going to cost. You know, one of the things that involved the chair and I and maybe some other board members and I disagree on this, one of the things that we all agree on is we want to improve mental health services in Mendocino County. And until we get a place in Mendocino County that provides service to our citizens and provides an opportunity for my deputy sheriffs to get back on the street as soon as possible, we're going to continue going down this road, and we're going to be frustrated year after year. And if you look at the numbers of this and you compare it to the Prop 172, this is going to be between $22 and $30 million collection in 5 years. And you're right, it's not for any personnel, it's not for the staffing, it's for the development and the operation of these buildings, the maintenance and operation of these buildings. So I would caution the board. We spend a lot of money on private consultants, and sometimes the public gets very frustrated with us, and I would caution the board on this one. Instead of spending a lot of money, let's look at a same or similar county and say, what is your mental health cost to run? And then we'll have an idea. I want the same thing as you do. I want a very transparent result of this, but I don't want a biased result. But I appreciate the opportunity to talk to you today. Thank you.
Sheriff Allman, Supervisor McCowan here. The challenge in trying to determine what it would cost to operate the facility is not having greater clarity on what services would be provided. And I know on your previous comments that the plan would be to have, at least in part, the equivalent of a psychiatric health facility, the PUF, where people who need to be detained for 72 hours to evaluate their mental health could be taken, dropped off by the deputy, the person would receive service. Other than that, what services would you expect to be provided in this facility?
We need four pieces to our puzzle. We need certainly a psychiatric health facility for a 72-hour evaluation. We need a crisis residential for up to 30 days for a transition period. Someone coming from a psychotic episode and staying in our county and allowing their families to visit them and getting them back into the regular routine of life. And then let's work on two very important objects, and that would be the drop-in clinic, and we basically have those now with what Ordner is operating in with the Manzanita. And then another one that we already have now is alcohol and other drug programs. And then working with the VA for our veterans, we already have that now. So we're not asking, we don't think that this initiative is going to develop us anything that's new and record-breaking. We're just asking for basic services to be returned just like we used to have in Mendocino County.
So primarily it would be the psychiatric health facility and crisis residential, because the other services, the crisis drop-in and the alcohol and other drug treatment are being, we can provide those in existing facilities?
Well, that's what we're doing right now, but our vision is somewhat of a service center where it's almost a location where people can get all of these services. And it's not going to be spread around and throughout the county. It would be in one location where people could get the necessary services they need, whether it's to pick up their medication or to have a therapy session. That's all we're asking for, basic services to be returned to our county.
Thank you.
And I hope you'll forgive me, but I'm being signaled into the committee meeting.
Okay, that's fine, and we appreciate your accommodating this call-in. So Supervisor Woodhouse, I saw a pen going up.
Yeah. Hi, Tom. Oh. I think it's an important discussion that we have. I think most of the public, and I think the board agrees that we have to do better at providing services somehow. So we're going through a big change already, and I feel very confident that it's going to be a great improvement, and we're going to be proud of it. It's not going to be easy, but I'm certain it's going to work. This is an outside proposal, and so government, I think, likes to control things or understand it better, and you don't want to have something passed that turns into a problem that we can't fund. But there's going to be, hopefully, government financing, like Tom said, for mental health problems. It's a matter of how we direct the money and how we legally can we put it into this kind of building that we don't own or whatever. There's a lot of questions with it. My base instinct is that I'm very supportive of it, even though we don't understand it. When you're not doing well or if you're drowning, you reach out and grab something. This is something we can hold on to. I think the county's done a great job of trying to reinvent it, attack mental health problems, and do things, and we're still not doing good enough. And so, as imperfect as this may be or easy to critique, I'm supportive of, if you have a building, that's the first thing any group needs is where can we do it, and that stops them from doing it, like tiny houses or anything for kids for FFA or whatever. So I'm supportive of it. I don't think it's a bad idea to ask hard questions of it, but I kind of agree with Tom. I don't want to spend $50,000 on a study about an initiative. If we start doing that on every initiative, we wouldn't have any money to do anything. So I'd like to hear what you all feel about it, and I think we could do a in-house brief study. Maybe I think Kings County is the only other one that does its own mental health services. They're unique in a way. There's just a few that have outsourced. I think it was 5 that outsourced and 3 brought it back because they couldn't handle it. So we're already doing something very unique with our outsourcing of mental health. And that figures for Mendocino County. This would be unique maybe too, but I'm for it. So I'd like to hear from the others what you're thinking.
Well, so my reason for wanting this on the agenda is the fact that, I just feel like that we and the voters need to go approach this with our eyes wide open. What are the consequences of this? Hopefully it will all work out. I mean, I'm not looking at for a study to prove that it will fail. I'm looking for a study that will hopefully show what could be built and operated on a fiscally sustainable basis going forward, so that voters, before they vote on this, know what they're buying with this half-cent sales tax for 5 years, and know what they're buying in the long term in terms of services in the county. Because it sounds elegantly simple to redirect funds from that are going currently out of county into in-county. Great. In concept, that's fantastic. But what we don't know is what's the staffing level required to operate a 24/7, lockdown facility. It's going to be significant. And how big does that need to be in order, maybe you're talking about clients coming from other counties in order to have enough bodies in the facility to make it pencil out on this reimbursement process. So that's what I hope we get out of this is ideally a plan that shows this is how it can work. And to get that, we need both the input from the sponsors of the initiative and from county staff and probably from some outside people. It's not that I want to spend some money, but the truth is $24 or $30 million of tax dollars are going to be at play just to build, just from this tax, and hundreds of millions of dollars potentially would be redirected over many decades to operating this facility. So it'd be penny wise and pound foolish to not spend a few dollars now before the voters vote on this.
Redirect, I agree with what you're saying, and that's the fun part about this job, is that there's truth on every side, so how do you make up your mind? But one argument a logical thing to look at is the Prop 172 thing we're going to be dealing with. It was a great idea, it passed by the voters, now there's unclarity about what was meant to be done, and us just finding enough money to put a patch and help the people that feel like they were left out strains our budget beyond what we can do. So we don't want to create another problem like that. You're absolutely right. It's just how can we get a glimpse, photo shoot of what's possible with this that'll help us feel more confident about it.
Supervisor McCown?
Well, I think I tend to agree with just about everything that's been said also, but the real challenge here is we don't have a plan that says these are the services that will be provided. The sheriff did kind of sketch out briefly or outline. There would be a locked 72-hour facility for people who have been declared a danger to themselves or others. The current system of how we provide for the assessment and treatment of those individuals is extremely problematical and has been for quite a while in Mendocino County. So we'd have a locked facility where people could be detained up to 72 hours. I think that can be extended another 72 with appropriate findings. But so that's clearly part of the sheriff's plan. But would that be an 8-bed, 10-bed, 12, 16-bed facility? What's kind of the optimal size to be able to provide the staffing, and what is the demand for that service? So there's a lot of ambiguity even with the part of the plan that we know is intended, and then to establish crisis residential, which would be, I believe generally it's defined as a 30-day facility where people could go and receive inpatient crisis services. How many beds, and again, who's providing the service, how's it being paid for, and then the mention of alcohol and other drug treatment, and also crisis drop-in, which, yeah, those services are being provided to some degree already in the county by different providers. There's always room for improvement. It sounds like the sheriff's intention is to combine those services in this facility, have one facility for the county that would provide these 4 different areas of service. So again, this isn't stated in the initiative. The initiative simply says adopt a half-cent sales tax to develop facilities to assist in the diagnosis and treatment of mental illness and addiction recovery. It's a challenge to try and determine what is it going to cost to staff and operate this facility when we don't actually have a plan that says, here are the parameters of what is expected to be provided. But I think that, again, to fully inform the voters, we need to make an effort to determine what is it that is going to be provided in this building, and at what level, and what will it cost, and how will it be paid for. So I think that we could adopt the item, and of course we want to hear from the public as well, but I think we could adopt this item with direction to the executive office to work closely with the sheriff to attempt to further define what is the intention of exactly what will be provided in this facility. Otherwise, we're just building a building with no plan on how we're actually going to address the problem.
Supervisor Brown?
Thank you, Chair Jurdy. And actually, with the sheriff having to go in and give testimony on a key issue to all of us here in Mendocino County, we can understand why he couldn't be here in person today. But we do have two individuals that are in the room that are part of the signers of this initiative and have been in the group that the sheriff is meeting with. And I'd like to hear from them. Not under public comment, but giving them the opportunity, if they so desire, to come up and speak and maybe educate us a bit on what the group is thinking.
Mm-hmm. Excellent idea. Don't all come up at once.
Well, Kate Gaston's here and Dr. Barish, so.
Just who will come up and speak? I'm Kate Gaston. I live in the city of Ukiah, and I have been part of this committee and a signer of the initiative. I think for my involvement and the concern I have had, and I have visited the jail several times, and so I've gotten a sense truly of what the sheriff and the people working with individuals who have a diagnosed mental illness, who because of their illness end up in the jail because there's no place else to take them, particularly if they're not identified as a danger to self or others, but yet there is no treatment facility in town that they can reside in. And so I think that's part of the desire that came out of my interest in this initiative, is realizing that we're a dead end for people. Not only do we have to send them out of the county and spend considerable amount of money out of the county that we're paying for, that instead we could be getting reimbursed to have them in the county, but the level of lost lives and lost time and non-therapeutic services people receive who have high needs but who are stuck in the jail because there's no place else for them to be. So when I think about the facility being built, I really see it as an answer for multiple level of needs, and the services that would be provided would all be reimbursed billable services that usually do include an administrative fee that goes with them. And I think the other thing that was critical for me also was the desire to expand the training for the staff that we have that work in law enforcement, fire stations, emergency services people that have not had the opportunity to be trained and supported in working with people who are in crisis. And that was another part of this, was really ensuring that part of the funding that would be come from the initiative on the sales tax would increase our ability to ensure that all of our responders had the opportunity to be trained and work collectively. I think the sheriff put this part on in here because of what the fire chiefs and the emergency services leaders were requesting, that their staff is not getting the opportunity to have consistent training and working together to be able to respond to people in crisis, whether it's the police, whether it's CIT training, or it's responding to people who are suffering from trauma after large fires, whatever. So I understand the sense that you'd like to see more particulars laid out, that you would like to say, oh, it's this level of training and this level of staffing, and these are the services exactly, and these will how they be reimbursed. And I think those are things that the team that has been working with the sheriff could start to sketch out, because we've been looking at a longer continuum too. But I definitely support putting this on out to the voters and really pushing forward on realizing that we have to stop continually either having people sit in the emergency room too long, hang out at the jail for months, or being sent someplace else at a high level cost to the county. So, thank you.
So, Kate, you have a question here, I think.
Oh, okay.
Well, based on your comments, it sounds like you think this facility would also provide long-term treatment.
Most people who leave here to go do not go to long-term treatment. You know, when somebody's leaving, somebody else can give the statistics up. But it's not like we're sending people out and they're staying someplace for 6 to 8 months.
Well, I know of one that it's been at least
there's
8
no place
years
to,
or more.
No place to bring back. But I don't see that as.
But the point is, once you've done the 5150 assessment and all of that, and have determined where someone needs to go, you know, if you are intending that there would be a treatment facility, whether it's for a week or a month or 2 months, that becomes another component of what would be happening in this building.
Okay, and so what my answer to you is that our intent is that fewer and fewer people will need to go away for longer and longer times.
We would all hope.
That if we can do earlier and walk in and consistent, and then provide outpatient services there also, that people, when they are moving out of one, the continuum is they're moving into outpatient services. So the intent is that fewer and fewer people are stuck someplace else longer and longer times. So this is really a proactive intervention, but also prevention for longer term care. And I'm going to let other people who are probably more knowledgeable on this than I'm speaking, but that's my...
I just want to ask one more question. We heard from members of Mental Health Advisory Board today. Were they invited in the conversations for this ballot initiative?
Yes. Oh, yes. We've had 2 or 3 people there at those meetings.
Okay, constantly from the advisory?
Yes. Oh, yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Thank you.
Yes. Okay, thanks.
So I'm not a member of the group. Hello, Camille Schrader from Redwood Quality Management Company. But I have attended a couple of meetings, and we did talk about, did you get the matrix from Sheriff Allman? The circle that showed the 4 quadrants?
I haven't seen it.
Okay, so that's his talking piece.
Well,
it would be helpful to...
I have a copy of it. It's my understanding the sheriff does not want that made public.
Okay, so the initiative is about facilities, not just a facility, as far as we understand. It's a convergence, I think, of a lot of initiatives that are sort of currently occurring. As you know, Supervisor McCowan, we launched the SB 82 Crisis Residential Treatment Startup Funding, which in and of itself may not be enough, but could assist with this other project. The goal would be that, and on the issue of funding and staffing and that sort of thing, clearly we're going to have that issue with a certified residential treatment, a crisis residential treatment facility anyway, and there is some truth to, at least the way we're looking at it, we're trying to merge it with crisis right now as we speak, so that we're both leveraging staff and continuity of care. So some of those things will already be, you'll have some experience with it by the time this initiative, if this initiative passes, in terms of knowing what it would take. In terms of residential treatment for drug and alcohol, we have a drug and alcohol provider. Definitely need some facility development. The drug and alcohol waiver, we're phase 4. So what phase 4 is January of 2017. There's supposed to be rate reform as a part of that, which will also play into how do we staff and how do we fund ongoing. It is a part of parity. It is a part of the new benefit. It will have to come with state funding. I know that never is enough to cover it, but we will have some models on the fiscal side that you just simply can't answer today with regards to how you would staff that. On the 24-hour hospital piece, again, there's conversations occurring. We absolutely need a PUF or a psychiatric hospital in county. All of the Northern California counties would use us. We got a quote from, Ace and I got a quote from the Adventist Health person who runs St. Helena. There's 200 clients a month turned away from the psychiatric facility at St. Helena. So there's definitely a need and definitely a place for us to go. And again, that conversation's happening right now. And the initiative dollars for a facility or facilities could assist a long way in cutting the cost curve on the daily rate once it was up and running. And the staffing issue will be the staffing issue of, hopefully a private, independent, third-party provider. So, I'm just trying to say that some of these things can't be known. All of it is basically bricks and mortar and facilities that have funding streams available you could know in the future, if that is helpful at all.
Supervisor Brown.
I wanted to ask a question. I know there's talk at a state level, and you may have more information than I do, about state government closing other large facilities that take care of...
Regional center.
Yes. Yeah. Could you give us a little information on that as well? Or
They're closing the four major state-run regional center facilities.
So
Sonoma.
Counties are going to be receiving back those that are being served, and so we're going to have bigger needs.
Yeah, it's disturbing that we're in the mental health field, we're moving back towards having some sort of real, secure, highly skilled, highly professional, but contained 24-hour setting, and yet in the regional center world, we're actually going the other way, and we're going to move to community group homes. And my question when I was on a committee for this is, will those community group homes have the capacity to at least lock the doors to protect these, clients that run, just run, and you want to be able to protect them. So it's a separate issue, and it does.
Most certainly, but what we're discussing today is a big result of what the state did in the early 70s.
Yes, for sure.
And handed the responsibility to counties and said, do your thing, here's a little bit of funding, you're responsible, take it on. And I think every county throughout California has continued to struggle with the responsibility that the state has handed us.
Yeah, my main point was that I think that you're going to have more information as we move forward. We as your ASO really are working towards having an active CRT ready with crisis. You're going to be able to see some of those numbers. We probably, the facility thing, maybe it blends with some of this. There's conversations about a PUF in county by a third-party operator that could also inform some of this. And drug and alcohol residential, definitely Ford Street has the capacity to provide that level of service and would need the facilities development. So, and the waiver will provide at least a funding mechanism by which we could be more informed as we go forward. So that was really what I was trying to say. Thank you.
Thanks.
Could we hear from Dr. Barish first?
Yes.
No, Ace is your co-sponsor.
Sir, we have an open public comment. We're hearing from representatives that signed on the initiative.
Yeah, I was there at the advisory group meeting, and I just want to inform the group that
we're trying.
Hanley,
sir, we
yes.
have not yet opened public comment.
I'm sorry.
We would like to hear from Dr. Barish.
Do you have any specific questions, or should you want me to just? I would like to reinforce what Camille just had to say about a lot of ongoing conversations right now, some of which are allowed to be disclosed and some aren't. Can
you speak into the microphone?
Oh, so these are a lot of complex questions, and I just want to assure you that it's not that Sheriff Allman is not coming and just going to build a building and hope things work out. There are a lot of issues. The Crisis Residential Treatment Center certainly is an important component that I think is going to be a lot more rapidly forthcoming than this other locked facility, however it may come about. You know, Camille is hoping to have the Crisis Residential Treatment Center up and running in the coming year, rather than however long it takes to construct and certify a locked facility. And hopefully that will, as I was saying months ago, curtail a lot of the clients that we'd have to go to a locked facility, that you wouldn't have as many in dangerous crisis if you deal with it at the crisis level rather than let it continue. And that's the hope of the Crisis Residential Treatment Center. But be that as it may, there's still going to be a need for a certain number of people to be in a locked facility, particularly those ending up in the jail now oftentimes. But there are a lot of ongoing discussions about just these issues right now.
Well, since the initiative doesn't actually say how the money will be spent or even describe the buildings or the services that would be in the buildings other than in very general terms, I mean, the one, basically the initiative says 10% of the money for the life of the initiative, which is 5 years, will be spent for training.
For building a building for training, or developing facilities for training.
Oh, it doesn't
The
even-
money won't be spent for training.
Okay. And then 90% is for these other generally described services, for buildings for them, not for the services themselves. Do you or anybody else in the committee that's drafting this want to meet with county staff and offer more specifics about what your vision would be for these facilities?
Certainly. Yeah, I'd be happy to.
Because again, my interest is in seeing something more specific, even if the initiative isn't changed in the way it's written, some more specific information that voters would have so that they can make an informed decision about, do they vote yes, no? You know, it does require a 2/3 vote because it's a specific tax.
Right.
So, you know, that takes a lot of trust from the voters to get 67% to vote yes, even if it's only for a 5-year tax.
Right.
Because after all, they're in some way obligating the county to make ongoing expenses, which if you project out could be hundreds of millions of dollars in redirecting funds to these facilities,
Oh, I
which
hear you.
maybe, again, maybe elegantly brilliant. Hopefully it is.
Mhm.
Anyway, okay, thanks.
All right.
Thank you.
So public comment.
Yeah, public comment now. And this, are you also a co-signer?
I'm not, but I wanted to comment on something that Kate Gaston said about the mental health, the
well,
Behavioral Health Advisory Board.
So Nancy, we'll just go to public comment. Go ahead.
Okay, so I'm Nancy Sutherland, Mental Health Board, and there were participants at those meetings, but they were not representing the Behavioral Health Board. I just want to make that really clear. So the Behavioral Health Board has not been formally apprised of any of this or voted on any of this or even addressed this in open discussion, this particular initiative. So I just wanted to clear that up.
And I got to remember the new name.
Yeah, Behavioral Health Board. Yeah. No, wait, I got it wrong. Behavioral Health Advisory
Advisory.
Board. So thank you, I just wanted to clear that up.
Thank you.
I apologize for my misunderstanding of the process here. But as a member of the public, I would like to recall what I believe Margie Hanley said at the last advisory group meeting, and that is there's a facility in Willits, the former hospital, that is available for such activity, and she expressed a concern that if that money can only be spent to build a facility, then does that mean that it can't be used to buy a facility that's already existing and do whatever's necessary to make it accommodate the needs for mental health location? I understand that might be political in terms of location. However, I don't think anybody who has a mental health crisis wants to go anywhere near a jail. And I would strongly recommend that wherever it be located, that it not be next to the Low Gap Jail. And that you take into consideration what I heard at the advisory group meeting and talk to Margie Hanley herself to find out if that facility may be available, the old hospital in Willits. Thank you.
Go ahead.
Mr. Podba?
Yes.
Ashley, that's been open knowledge for at least 3 years now. That facility would be available. I'm not sure of all the requirements that would be made for a county to run the facility due to seismic upgrades of a very old building itself. So, but that has been very common knowledge and discussed here when Supervisor Pinches was on the board, and at least looked into.
That may very well be, but I just understand what she's commented at that meeting is that she doesn't understand why money could only be directed towards building a facility, and unless that decision has already been made, that it would not be purchasing an already existing facility. And that's what I want to make sure is taken into consideration before solid language is.
Your comment is noted, and actually it's incorrect. The terms of the initiative would allow for the purchase, construction, remodeling, and furnishing and equipping of a facility to provide treatment, diagnosis, and treatment. So what you're saying is a misunderstanding. It could be used to purchase and remodel an existing facility.
That's all I wanted
And we're
to
not
make-
having a dialogue here.
That's all I wanted to make clear. Thank you very much.
AC already spoke, but anybody else?
You should allow him under public
Okay,
use.
well, all right, go ahead.
And also, you might be able to confirm if your understanding matches mine.
My understanding matches yours. I would like, Mr. Podba, is that right? I would like to assure you that nobody's forgotten about the old Howard Hospital, and we're trying to cover a lot of options at once, and Margie's involved in it, and, you know, there's a dialogue going on now. Just, that's one of the many things that's happening. And just one other thing I'd like to throw out that concerns me a little is there are a lot of moving parts in all of this, and you know, I think one thing that has to happen as part of the moving forward is establishing some sort of communication infrastructure, because there's Adventist Health and there's the county and there's the ASOs, and you know, it would be nice to sort of get everybody apprised of what everybody else is doing so we're all on the same page. I don't think it's an easy process. But I just wanted to bring that up.
Question. As a participant in the meetings and a proponent of the initiative measure, could you provide any information on why the initiative is so broad and general rather than referencing at least the types of services that would be provided?
You know, I think Tom Ullman has a pretty specific idea. I mean, not specific. He has a general idea of what's needed and what he needs. And, you know, he's done a valiant effort in providing services that weren't available until he actually provided them. I think probably the best person to I think the one who is going to be equipping it and running it and is most sophisticated about what the expenses are and how this is done would be Ms. Schrader. And I think that, as she said when she got up here, it's still, we're investigating all these things right now. I mean, we're starting something brand new and trying to cover a lot of things all at the same time, building a facility and running the facility. But I have a great deal of confidence in her that she's not going to do anything lightly, you know, just to, I have a great deal of confidence in her ability to approach this in a complete.
Well,
No, that's not her, but I'm just, my opinion.
thank you.
Okay, do we have any other public comment?
Susan Wood-Novotny, Director of Manzanita Services. I just wanted to comment since Sheriff Ullman did mention Manzanita. I think one of the things that's difficult and important as you're looking at the many pieces that go into providing a stepped approach and a prevention approach to behavioral health is you're looking, I'm going to talk about the individual. We have individuals at Manzanita that prior to wellness education, care management services that are wrapped around, many, opportunity for ownership with the places that they receive their services at. They had multiple, I'm kind of being general here, but there are many people that I know personally from the people we serve that had multiple hospitalizations in clusters of hospitalizations because there wasn't that tipping point of providing an array of services that can make the difference between stabilization within a crisis moment and destabilization and higher levels of need that are provided by these various facilities. I think one of the things you see with what Camille brought forward about already moving to bring these different types of services into play earlier is it's hard to predict. One, there's all of the fiscal things that were stated already that are still on the map and still we're looking at. But the other thing you're looking at is how do you bring these programs inside of facilities that then make it possible for stabilization at lesser degrees of locked facilities, et cetera. And that's very real when you're looking at this, and it's hard to say. And that's from the education side of things, but we've seen a lot of people who haven't been hospitalized since they've had an opportunity to engage in their education with a lot of peers around them that are also engaging in that, and it provides an opportunity for stabilizing more quickly. And I think that's a real thing. It means we up our crisis education with our providers. We up our education possibilities both within the facilities and outside the facilities, and we have more collaboration in it. And one of the things I'm looking forward to is the collaborative nature that Redwood offers us as we go forward.
Any other public comment?
Good afternoon. Mike Adair from Willits Weekly. What I'm hearing here is there needs to be a political step taken somehow to bring these people together to figure out what we need. I don't think I kind of have the feeling it's premature to tell the executive office how much it's going to find out how much it's going to cost, because you don't know what you need. So the question is, how are you going to find out what really the people in the county here need? And that's something that you guys should look at, because you're really the only ones who can pull it all together and sort of give it the stamp of approval and say, this is it. Because otherwise, we will be voting for something that we have really no idea what it's going to be. Am I making any sense? I think.
Well, that's the concern.
Yeah, but you guys have the answer to that.
It's being called the sheriff's plan.
Okay.
Kate Gaston, now as a member of the public. I think two things I'm thinking is that at our last committee committee meeting, several of us came out saying what we need to do is actually build a full continuum of services that the model that we would want a community has. And then what our continuum looks like, and lay them out so you all can see what are the missing pieces or the missing connections. Because certainly the model that we're not sharing, it's a beautiful concept model, but how it's teased out and how people access it and how it would work, I think, is the piece that several of us are committed to doing. And I think we're needing to do it by the end of June or something as our goal, is to actually have that laid out in a way that then you could take it and say, okay, if these are the three pieces that are missing, we can look at who's going to fund it and how it would be funded to go inside buildings. But I'm glad you brought up the point that this is not specific to build a building by the jail, because that's not the goal at all of this proposal. And I think we all agree that's not the healthy space. It needs to be whatever takes place locates other places. So thank you.
Go ahead.
Hi, I'm Jen McGordy again. And I just wanted to make the point that although I think that this is a really valuable initiative that's being put on the ballot, and I appreciate the unclearness of the details, and I just want to point out that the committee that has been gathered to write this is kind of an exclusive committee. It's not an inclusive committee. It doesn't include representatives of NAMI, appointed by NAMI. It doesn't include...
Sonia's on it.
Sonia's on it, but she's not appointed by NAMI. She was asked by the sheriff to be on it. So Kate's on it, she's on our board, but she wasn't asked, the board wasn't asked to send a representative. And so I think in the interest of governance, it'd be really good to put in here we go again, an advisory board that's more inclusive, that has the job of looking at all of these different components in a broader, more inclusive fashion. Thank you.
Okay, on that note, I'll try to wrap this up if we can, and I'm not seeing any other public comment. Again, my hope is that if we give direction to staff to proceed on this, this will be a prompt for the authors of the initiative to come and talk to us about what is envisioned for this plan. Because right now we're sort of in a vacuum and not really understanding what's envisioned there. We have a vague idea, but we don't have, and I'm not saying you guys are going to have every detail to the nth degree, but something more concrete than we have at the moment that is in the initiative. So that we can get, hopefully, a financially sustainable plan that the voters can see prior to voting on this. And I mean, I'm hoping that we have a positive outcome from this, not a negative outcome from this. So I'm hoping we can have a motion here to conclude this item and move it forward.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I will move, and first of all, I want it understood that the intention behind this, the intention in directing the CEO, is that this would be, as much as we can determine, an unbiased report, and that the CEO would collaborate with the sheriff and the sheriff's committee to attempt to further refine exactly what services would be provided to assist in determining what the actual cost might be and how it would be reimbursed. So I am ready to make a motion, but I see Supervisor Brown has a comment.
Well, it's actually a question. I'll direct it at our CEO. I don't know if she... we passed in our budget a certain amount of funding that we called Stepping Up Initiative. And I can't remember how much.
150,000.
150. I'd like to hear the status on that, because we're talking about training. In my idea of supporting that was using that fund for training for law enforcement and others, whether it's in emergency rooms, that money was to help us deal with this. I don't know if there's any left.
I don't know if any's been spent.
Well, and so that's the other side of the question. But I'd really like to look into that funding, because if there's a way we can use that for the greater good in dealing with mental health. Here's some funding that we can identify that may help us with doing what your motion is probably going to do or ask. So, hi, Alan.
Hi, Alan Flora, Assistant CEO. Actually, I just checked with Captain Pierce from the Sheriff's Office this week. He's kind of taken the lead. There was a group working together on, figuring out how to spend that money. And I don't believe any of it has been spent at this time, but as I understand, he's putting the finishing touches on the training program for which those dollars would be spent on. So I'm expecting...
And who's he collaborating with? Because I think that was HHSA to start with. And I would like to see some of...
the district attorney, but it was all county departments that were...
Okay, because maybe we need to look at including others and help it get along. Because for me, that training is key for law enforcement.
I would say that we'll work with Captain Pierce to get an update back to the board on where we're at on that.
And it's funds available. And it would be funding too if we're being asked what structure do we think we need to maybe, I don't know, spend on that. But there's a pot of money right there. Not a lot, but it's some money to take some actions.
And it is one-time funds. It's not an ongoing revenue stream.
Exactly.
So with that, I will move that we direct the Chief Executive Officer to prepare a report analyzing the potential impacts of the Mental Health Facility Development Initiative of 2016 pursuant to California Election Code Section 9111.
And I'd second that, but I'm chairing the meeting.
Well, I'll go ahead and second for discussion.
Okay. Any more discussion?
Well, I want to hear Ms. Angelo, perhaps a plan.
Well, I obviously, Chair Jurdy, Supervisor Brown, this is the direction of the board. We will work with the sheriff and anybody else that the sheriff wants us to work with to determine what the services are so that we could do an analysis of this initiative to bring back to this board. I will say that if we look around at other counties, as the sheriff has suggested, we don't have to go too far. We could go to Humboldt County and look at what they're doing and see what their costs are, and that could help us with the fiscal analysis. We also are researching those finance organizations, and we've asked at CSAC as well because we knew this was on the agenda to determine who it is out there, who the experts are that actually do this type of analysis. So I suspect that once we meet with the sheriff and get a better understanding of what the initiative is and speak to those people the sheriff wants us to speak with, then we'll be able to look at bringing an outside entity in to assist with the fiscal analysis. And I know that the sheriff is very, he wants us to be very, as you've said already, Chair Jurdy, that this is not, and we're not looking at the costs in a way that would deter anybody from moving forward, but really looking at what the cost of this is. So we will talk with the sheriff this week and begin the process if that is the direction of the board.
Okay. I guess we'll vote by the button then. If we...
Motion carries with Supervisor Hamburg absent.
And before we adjourn to lunch, I just want to double check, did we in fact vote on 5C?
And I think we only voted on, well, I think we only voted on 4N, the contract that would implement the plan described in 5C.
And we were going to wait until
This afternoon
after
for the other
lunch.
Oh, with the other consent calendar items.
Yes.
Well, okay.
After
well,
lunch.
Right, but there's no change proposed to 5C. That's just accepting the plan.
That's right.
So I think we could actually vote on 5C now if we wanted to.
Well, let's go back to 5C, and I see a button up. Do you want to make a motion?
Certainly, Mr. Chair, I will move approval of item 5C, and would you like the actual motion read into the record, or to simply make the recommended motion?
I think the recommended motion is adequate.
So moved.
Second.
Okay, vote by the button.
Motion carries 4-0 with Supervisor Hamburg absent.
Okay, when we come back at 1:30, we're going to go straight into, although we're not intending to take action, we'll be at 6C, which is, as I announced earlier this morning, Supervisor Hamburg is the co-sponsor of this initiative, agenda item, direction and possible funding for fire and EMS, is ill and not unable to be here today at his request and the request of Dave Roderick, who will be here at 1:30. We're recommending tabling that item till the next available agenda. And Dave should be here. And he also this morning sent an email out to his list of fire district officials informing them of that. So I'm not anticipating large numbers of fire district officials being here this afternoon for that item. But just wanted to announce that one more time before we go to lunch.
Thank you.
Okay, so we'll adjourn at 12:37. Carly, we on? Okay, so at 1:34, we're going to reconvene the Board of Supervisors, and as I said it twice this morning, I'll repeat right now. We're at item 6C, which is discussion and possible direction regarding fire EMS funding in Mendocino County. And as you know, this is a work product collaboratively put together by Supervisor Hamburg and myself, working with at the direction of the board, working with the fire departments throughout the county. And unfortunately, Supervisor Hamburg's ill this morning, so via request that I received from him via text, and then a phone conversation, a follow-up from Dave Roderick from the Fire District Association. Both Supervisor Hamburg and myself were requesting that we just very briefly discuss this and allow comment if anybody drove to the meeting today to talk about it, but that we continue this item to our next available meeting where we could get this on the agenda, which would be Tuesday, May 3rd in the afternoon. Again, we'll target 1:30 in the afternoon again for May 3rd. This is, like I said, at the request of both Supervisor Hamburg, who can't be here today, and of Dave Roderick from the Fire District Association. And what we've done since our last report is we've obtained the best numbers we can get, the most recent numbers that we can get from the county in terms of the amount of money that was shifted from the Educational Realignment Augmentation Fund to schools, away from away from the county and away from fire districts in the county, in order to show what our recommendation has been for some time, which is that there would be some sort of proportional fair allocation with the 172 funds to the fire districts based on proportionally compensating for the loss of funds due to ERAF shift away from fire districts and away from the county, and the 172 funds, the half-cent sales tax that is coming into the county. It turns out, based on using 2014-15 numbers, that the augmentation fund compensation would be just under 47 pennies on the dollar for every dollar lost. The sales tax seems to be generating about 47 cents. If it was distributed 47 cents on the dollar to the county and 47 cents on the dollar to the fire districts. Our staff, our report that we've issued, as you can see, it talks in fairly general terms, but what we talk about is it turns out there is a funding source that the county is receiving from the from the ambulance services in the county, including CalSTAR and REACH, that is to pay for part of the cost of the dispatch services related to their service. And so our recommendation, it may not be totally crystal clear in our recommendation, but hopefully it is now, is that we obviously continue to use that fund to pay the dispatch contract with CAL FIRE, and then the first call then on the 172 funds that would be going towards fire services would then pay the rest of that dispatch contract, and then what's remaining would be allocated in some fashion, in some way, which we haven't specified because we haven't really resolved this, for fire service in the county. And then on top of that, there is this Special District 3, which turns out not to actually really truly be a special district, but this sounds familiar to those of us who were talking about the special district for roads, the special district for library. It's yet another one of those sort of kind of special districts that isn't really a legal special district. But nevertheless, the county is allocating this $175,000 in the Special District 3 fund to fire and emergency services. And when I say emergency services, it could be used by the county because it's fairly broad for any subsidy needed for ambulance services, for example. As you know, we have a later agenda item that's leading to this bid process, which could result in greater subsidy, you might say, of the ambulance services in the more rural areas of the county by creating a contract in county. But that's another agenda item. But there still could be a need for some subsidy for ambulance services in the more rural areas of the county, which again, the Special District 3 funds could be used in some way for that as well. So again, just to summarize, at the request of both Supervisor Hamburg and of Dave Roderick, who this morning I understand did email out to everybody on their email list notifying the intent to continue this item. So I think which is the reason why we're not seeing the room full of people that we would have seen this afternoon if the intent had been to go forward with this. If there are no particular, I don't know, there may be some questions right now. If otherwise, I'd like to just invite Dave to come up and just reiterate that I'm just not making this up about the request to continue this and just repeat what we've talked about this morning.
Chairman Jerry, thank you for doing that, and to the board. And I know that Supervisor Hamburg definitely wanted to be here today, and I assure you he sounded quite ill at 7:30. And I hope he's well enough for Friday for the SRA meeting that's going to take place here at the county at 10 o'clock, which will be a really excellent opportunity for us to speak directly with the state officials who do control SRA funding. And as a result of that, as a response to the memorandum issued that was produced from the ad hoc meeting we had earlier in March, we're just looking to clarify a few issues, work through a few more items, and I think bring some more clarity to it. There are some additional issues that were related to the lawsuit that was filed against Fire that we'd also like to try to resolve as well, and we can talk about that as well. And I know this is not exactly the venue to do that right now. So I just want to say thank you for the extension and the opportunity to sit down again with the ad hoc committee. We will look forward to that. We can communicate in terms of scheduling that, and that's really all I want to say for this afternoon. Is there any questions of me?
I don't, but I just want to clarify that our intent all along is not to conclude the work of the ad hoc committee strictly with the 172 funds, because we see there are other opportunities that we've been discussing potentially to also provide to fire service. And so our hope is that we can, working together, secure some of these other funding sources, at least, or enhance those other funding sources in addition to the 172 funding source.
Absolutely. And as we've stated as a group, we're open to any idea that's out there. We won't focus on one particular funding source or another. We just need to fix the problem. One thing that is a major concern, which I think is kind of lost in our perception, is that regards dispatch fees, that's being looked at as a benefit to fire districts, when in reality, dispatch fees benefit the people who call 911. Dispatch fees do nothing for fire districts. In fact, when the phone doesn't ring, we spend less money. So that is a fundamental understanding, which I think is missing. I can see how you could see how that would be beneficial, but in the reality is dispatch costs do nothing to help us. They help the people who call 911. And so there are some issues that we talked about related to funding that's collected on a monthly basis. There's a cell phone tax. And we've been asking where is those revenues going, and no one can answer that. I mean, and in all honesty, they just don't know. And so there are some things that need to be flushed out a little further, and we appreciate the opportunity to do that. Thank you.
Supervisors, I'm Tony Orth. You've seen me before. Brook Trails Township, 31 years now of elected service to my community. Today I'm here to wave the red flag. Tomorrow's going to be 20 degrees above normal. Last year we had 6 months with 5 days of 100 degree and above temperatures. That's a record year. This year is a record year over that record year. Fire conditions to your volunteer firemen are changing on a virtually a daily basis as the jet stream destabilizes. Anyone wants to look at that, look at the weather map just today. It's snowing in the East Coast. It's flooding in the middle, and fire danger is already up in the Great Plains. They've already had great fires. And we're growing that kind of grass that we all fear around here, which is an El Nino grass, which is going to be fed by the hot winds of abnormally high temperatures. That said, last year your volunteer 22 fire districts provided $10 million in services in their responses to emergencies throughout Mendocino County. And that will be provided to you when we next hear this issue. The ERAF shift and the loss of augmentation funds just to my district over the last 30 years is $10 million. That's 8.5 in the ERAF shift and 1.5 of loss of augmentation dollars that we received from the early 80s until around 88 when the ERAF shift occurred, and that money instead went to the dispatch. That's where the dispatch contract dollars came from, was already from what was going directly to fire districts. So I very much support our sitting down with the ad hoc and coming up with some very meaningful recommendations for you to act on when we come back. And I'll tell you, used equipment to fire districts do not meet the standards. The reason they're used equipment is because as other well-funded districts are retiring their equipment, they end up here in rural counties like Mendocino. So you need to be aware of the difference between what meets standards and what it requires to fully fund and operate a fire district. My fire chief can tell you, for about 8 years, before we got our last fire tax, our district funded the fire district from our discretionary funds at about $85,000 a year until we could get a second fire tax. We have 2 fire taxes. Brook Trails is doing pretty good, but working with the Fire Association, I can tell you that we're the rare case. So thank you for your consideration, and I hope to see you in the future.
So Tony, you may have prompted 2 questions here.
Sure.
So I'll go first to Supervisor Brown.
Yes.
Thank you, Chair Jurdy. When you're talking about equipment, the rules have changed so much.
Oh, yes.
For older trucks,
Yeah.
vehicles, that even the types that can be given or received from other agencies may no longer qualify in the state of California. When you stop to look at air quality and the regulations and all. So I just wanted to throw that out.
It affects the cost of fire insurance to the communities. Take Covelo. Covelo doesn't have a Type 1 engine. It has 2 Type 2s. They don't have a hydrant district. Covelo virtually almost burnt to the ground not too long ago. Santa Rosa, back in the 60s or 50s, I believe, had a fire that burned from one end of the valley to the other. So you had city firemen defending the city limits and mutual aid all across Sonoma County for over a week. This is the kind of fire that Lake County had last year. We need to prepare. We need to fund. We need to staff up. Hopefully working with SRA fees, getting some of the state firefighters who are our volunteers in the winter when they're off, to be assigned to some of our stations during working hours would be a great benefit to our fire districts under the kind of conditions of manpower lack that we're under now during work days.
Okay,
yes.
So question, Brook Trails does have a special assessment specifically for fire, correct?
We now have 2 separate fire tax streams.
And could you tell me approximately when those were adopted?
Well, the first one was actually in the early 80s, and then it was upped in the 90s. Virtually every 10 years, you basically, when you do a fire tax, you're hoping to fund for a 10-year period.
So the
and
first...
the last one was recently, within the last 2 years.
And so one of them may have been adopted prior to the ERAF shift?
Yes, it was. And we, actually, the fire district was formed based upon the Brook Trails Maintenance District funding and the augmentation funding. and I was able to convince the board in 1981 to buy our first Type 1 engine.
Right.
Which
So-
is now a relic sitting in an old firehouse.
And
we
you've
don't
answered
use.
my question. Thank you.
Yes. Thank you.
Okay, well, if there are no other comments at this time, I do thank everybody for coming and also getting the word out about rescheduling this. So we will be meeting, obviously, between now and it coming back on May 3rd, at least once, maybe more than once.
I have.
Oh, go ahead.
I have a few comments. The last question that I asked, I think, is very relevant because once the ERAF shift took place, and first I want to compliment Linda Williams of the Willits News for her editorial, which I think very concisely explained the Prop 172 problem and where it came from. This is a problem created 100% by the state of California by diverting property tax revenue from local counties, cities, and special districts, and then cynically manipulating the voters to adopt Proposition 172, knowing that they would vote to support public safety, whereas they would not, the voters would have been unlikely to vote a special tax to support the normal operations of state government. So what we are left with is Prop 172 was a partial backfill for revenue diverted by the state. And we're falling into the trap of scrambling after the crumbs rather than taking a unified approach to demand of our state legislature that they fix the problem that the state created. That's where the primary focus of our energy should really be, I believe. And I think that getting detailed information, for instance, some districts in the wake of ERAF moved forward and adopted special assessments knowing they needed replacement funding to sustain their operations. Others didn't. And I made the comment before, some of these districts operate with no property tax, no special tax. They operate on less than $20,000 a year in some cases, less than $30,000. So a one-size-fits-all approach, I don't believe, is really equitable. And some of these smaller districts, $10,000 would mean the world to them. Some of the larger districts, $50,000 would be a drop in the bucket and would not address their ongoing needs for equipment and so forth. One thing I wanted to, so I would appreciate it if the executive office would actually devote a little bit of resources. All of the fire service MSRs should be available on the Local Agency Formation Commission website. They have all been adopted. So I think we could, without a lot of research, we could probably develop a snapshot of each of the districts that we could use to compare and help identify who is really in need, who is struggling, who would most benefit, and what would they most benefit from. We've heard suggestions that if the county were to help pay for insurance, and the county might be able to get a greater discount than the individual departments currently do, whether they do or not, to provide either liability or workers' comp insurance would be a tremendous benefit to some of the smaller districts. Helping in some manner keep up with the administrative overload. Districts that are operated by a volunteer chief, and if you talk to the chiefs privately, it's a real burden to keep up with all the administrative duties that really they should be fulfilling. So maybe there's a role for the county to play in funding a position to make sure that all of the different compliance issues are being addressed. You know, every volunteer has training requirements. If the county were tracking all of these different administrative tasks and fulfilling them, that would take a lot of the pressure off the volunteer chief. So I think there's a number of things that could be done that could be very helpful, and I would imagine the ad hoc is already discussing all of those different options, but, you know, that's what I'd like to see come back to us is, here are specific things we might be able to do that would really make a world of difference to the departments that are most struggling to continue to provide the service. And I just wanted to clarify that to this point, I do not believe, although we're all very open-minded to how can we provide assistance, I do not believe we have made a specific commitment as to an amount of Prop 172 funds that would be provided, or a formula that would decide how they're to be distributed. Am I right so far?
Well, certainly. You're hearing the recommendation, well, which we're not really going into, but the recommendation you saw in writing from the ad hoc committee, which is 2 of the 5 supervisors, on what would be an amount. But we didn't, other than as I said earlier, other than talking about how to fund the dispatch, we didn't then discuss what to do with the funding that would be left over after dispatch. We just didn't get to resolution on that point in terms of our recommendation.
Right. Well, and we haven't even agreed that that's the amount.
No, we haven't, but that's
okay.
we're talking.
I just wanted to clarify this is still an
what's
ongoing
the recommendation.
discussion.
So yeah, okay. So definitely understand that feedback, and hopefully, you know, I'm sure county staff will help us do some of that research with the MSRs for all the districts also. So okay, go ahead.
Supervisors, my name is Chief Darrell Shepner. I'm with Brook Trails Fire Department. And I wanted to clarify for Director Orth, we only have one stream of income. That is a tax base that is $90 per improved and unimproved parcels. That amount has been raised in the 19 years that I've been there twice, and it went up some $30 or whatever it was over the course of those years. And then that particular amount before was subsidized by the discretionary fund of the district to keep us going. As you know, Brook Trails is in the highest fire severity zone in the county. And with that, we have a very extensive hazard abatement program that no other agency does in this county except for us. So we also have to fund that project through that tax base as well. But I just wanted to clarify, there is only one single stream. Any questions?
Thank you for that clarification. Okay. So approximately a third of the amount was approved prior to ERAF, and the subsequent increases have been after ERAF.
Correct.
Thank you.
Okay, well, I think we could just take that as direction from the board that it will be continued to the afternoon of May 3rd. And but in the meantime, our ad hoc committee will continue meeting with the various parties. And now we're going to go on to a related item, which is introduction and waive reading of Ordinance amending Chapter 9.05 Mendocino County Code titled Emergency Medical Response. And the sponsor for this is the County Counsel's Office.
Thank you, and we've got our folks from the local group here to speak on that issue.
Thank you, Chair Judy, members of the board. My name is Brian Cleaver. I am the Emergency Medical Services Administrator for your EMS agency. The County of Mendocino retained the services of the Aberris Group, a healthcare and EMS consulting firm. Part of that contract included the providing of a revised EMS ordinance. We present you today an ordinance with the intent to accomplish 2 key goals. The first is a modernized ordinance that reflects current industry standards. The second is an ordinance that would allow the county to pursue an ambulance-exclusive operating area if they so choose. Go ahead.
Thanks, Brian. My name is Bill Bullard. I work with the Aberris Group. I'm the Senior Vice President, and I've been working with your team for the last about year and a half on a combination of the ambulance request for proposal, development of an exclusive operating area, as well as the draft ordinance in front of you, as Brian alluded to. And this is what we do. We're an EMS consulting firm. We're well known within California. We've worked with your CEO in San Diego in the past. And essentially this process takes, as Brian said, your current ordinance and brings it up to contemporary standards based on our input from attorneys that are EMS specialists to make sure it's all meeting with what we need to do in order to allow you the opportunity in the future to put together that exclusive operating area if that's the direction that you choose. So I'm happy to answer any questions.
Just a point of clarification, in talking about this subject with other people in the past, because this has been handed off to several different people over the years, I'd requested that we, if we go forward, that we have the ability to create potentially multiple exclusive areas. And so I just want to clarify that, does the ordinance allow for more than one exclusive area?
Yes, it just says you have the Board of Supervisors, have the right to set up an exclusive operating area. It does not specify that it can only be one. It could be as many as you choose.
Because, just be clear, because in an earlier iteration, there was talk of creating one for the entire county, and that was very unpopular on the coast because they have, well, two different ambulance services on the coast: South Coast, Central Coast, Fort Bragg Coast, and so there was concern raised to me and to others that, oh, is this a Ukiah power grab to have take over the coast? And so it took some time to get some language clarified that no, the intent of the county wasn't to take over the coast services. So that's not the intent here. Even if we were to create one at the moment, it doesn't have to be the entire county. And secondly, if we did create more than one at some point in the future, there might be advantages in awarding an exclusive contract on the coast or two exclusive contracts on the two different parts of the coast. But that's like a later discussion, I gather. At the moment, we're really focused on creating an inland exclusive area with being the first piece of this ordinance.
You're absolutely on point. And that was made very clear to us when we joined this project maybe a year and a half ago by the team here, as well as by the people, the different fire chiefs and folks that have been on the ambulance RFP process, that the coast is working well, don't touch it, it's great. The advantage to having an EOA, and as you alluded to, maybe something you want to look at in the future, is until there is an exclusive operating area established, competition can occur. Now, we don't think that would most likely happen in a more rural area like Fort Bragg, Mendocino, and so where Coast Life Support covers, but legally it is potentially possible, and so you are very much on point that it may be something in the future you want to look at to kind of firm up the service areas and prevent future competition.
Okay, that clarifies my questions. Supervisor McCowan?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So, per the ordinance, the local emergency medical services authority may establish exclusive operating areas pursuant to state code sections. So what would be involved in that establishment of an EOA?
It's a geographic definition.
Oh, I understand, but let's say we define Central Mendocino County as going to be an EOA.
Okay.
What is the process by which that EOA would be established?
It would be established through yourselves and approved by the state of California through this ambulance RFP process that it meets the statute, the California statute for what an EOA should be. And I believe, correct me if I'm wrong, it would start with you and then it would move to the state of California would also approve it.
It says that could be through a competitive or a non-competitive process. What would distinguish between those two?
Well, establishing the EOA is literally that, just saying that it is a service area. Then that service area could be served in any approach that is desirable. The option typical is to put it into a competitive process and find one provider to service the whole area as opposed to multiple providers to serve that one area.
Well, I think the intent is the same. It's to wind up with one provider that provides the service to the exclusive operating area with one minor exception that's provided for. My question is, how do you determine in which instances will you use a competitive process to select the EOA provider versus when would you use a non-competitive process?
You would be required by law to have a competitive process anytime.
That's not what the ordinance says.
I can double check that.
That could probably help you too, Bill.
Okay.
The EMS agency in the county of Mendocino could have the potential ability to do a non-competitive exclusive operating area. That would only be possible in the event where we have a provider who has rights under 1797.201. And if we had a provider that had those rights, we could then exercise 1797.224, which would allow us to grandfather that 201 entity. At this point, we have not identified or had a provider suggest that they indeed have 201 rights, nor have we been requested throughout the process to consider grandfathering any of the providers to this entire zone. So from all information that we have, we will be moving forward if you so choose to have an exclusive operating area with a single provider, by doing so with a competitive process.
And then where it says the LEMSA, Local Emergency Medical Services Authority, may establish, you're also saying that really that process would be initiated and ultimately would be approved by the Board of Supervisors, if I understand correctly.
Correct. So the EOA, the exclusive operating area, would be formed by your local EMS agency. It would have to be approved by the State of California EMS Authority. An RFP process would be held so that we would return to you with a recommendation for a contract with a single exclusive provider. That would be subject to your approval.
And that's all is stated in state code.
Correct.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Do we have any other questions at this point? Okay. So is that the end of your presentation?
The only thing I wanted to clarify for the board is there were a couple minor non-substantial substantial changes related to just cleaning up a little of the language. There was a couple word insertions, but nothing that changed the context of the wording, and that has been provided in a red line version for everyone's review. So it's just three minor tweaks were made, and they've been shared with County Council.
Well, additional to what was originally included in the packet?
Yes, and we have copies we can share with you. There was the term agency was defined in one term, and there's a different place it was defined slightly different, so we combined that to be one consistent wording. And then there was a typo that defining that advanced life support was supported by EMTs and is actually supported by paramedics. And the word rescue was added between BLS aircraft, now it says BLS rescue aircraft. So those were the three changes that were made, and it was purely just clerical.
Okay, so open this up to public comment on this item.
Leonard Winter, CEO of MedStar UK Ambulance. We have asked for our 201 rights repeatedly. UK Ambulance has been here since the 30s. It's been run by one of my family members for over 60 years off and on. We've asked for our 201 rights as a non-competitive, and we're told that we do not have those rights. That's all I can say. Thank you.
Any other public comments in this agenda item?
Yes, my name is David Severn, and I just would like some clarification on the ordinance that I have in front of me. And it says the LEMSA may establish one or more exclusive operating areas. I heard Brian Cleaver, who is, later on today, you folks will be, I think, adopting an agreement with Coastal Valley, which is referred to as Sonoma County, which I believe Jen and Brian belong to. So my question, he just said that the Board of Supervisors gets to establish the EOA, but it says clearly right here to me, and I admit that I'm not the best reader in the world, but it says right here that the LEMSA, which is and will continue to be Coastal Valley, establishes the EOA. So I would like clarification on that.
Sure, yeah, if you don't.
Go ahead.
Okay. So again, the LEMSA forms the EOA. That EOA formation is subject to the State of California EMS Authority's approval. When that is done, a competitive RFP process can be run, and the LEMSA will bring back to the Board of Supervisors a recommendation and a contract for the provision of ambulance services with an exclusive provider within that EOA. So LEMSA's form EOAs, state approves it, the county approves the contract with the winning provider.
Okay. So it is going to go through their hands without
Absolutely.
just giving Coastal Valley blank authority to create
Oh,
that?
not,
right.
the LEMSA, the authority, and the board.
However, we would only approve the contract for the EOA. We would not have had the opportunity to approve the actual boundaries of the EOA prior to the RFP process going forward, as written.
That is correct. However, the request for proposal would also be approved by you before release, and within that RFP would be the EOA, and so that would be your opportunity when the ambulance RFP is released publicly for your approval before it's released for bid. If there were a concern, that would be an opportunity to address that prior to proposals being received and then an eventual contract recommendation.
It seems like it would be a simple matter to amend this to simply reiterate what apparently is state law, that the LEMSA shall establish an EOA, subject to the approval of the Board of Supervisors, and the LEMSA would then issue an RFP, and then, so those requirements of state law could be reflected in this contract for greater clarity, or in this ordinance to provide greater clarity.
Well, I think it's also to point out that I work for you, and these EOAs are not formed completely internally within our agency. We are simply the ones that have the task of completing the work, but it's done so with representation from fire chiefs, people that you have appointed to the advisory committee. It's certainly not done in a bubble, and it's been a lengthy, comprehensive process with tremendous amount of stakeholder input. And yes, you have the right to agree and participate and authorize us to continue, change direction, or stop. We are your EMS agency.
Right, because we're not simply setting a geographic area, I believe. We're also, in effect, creating a situation where, let's say we're doing a greater inland Mendocino County. Part of the intent is to provide for enhanced services in more remote parts of the county. And the way that's going to happen is, in effect, the service provided in those areas will be subsidized by the services provided in more urbanized areas.
I have to defer probably to county council on that point. I don't think that I can discuss the specifics of the potential RFP in public forum until it's made public for all potential bidders to see.
Well, isn't that the whole point of why we're doing this, though, to try and enhance services in outlying areas that now struggle to provide the service?
I think that your assumption is on point for what is typically seen in any ambulance RFP run by a county. The reason it's run by a county, not by city, is to ensure that there is equitable services across the entire community and not just cherry picking the easiest areas to do things. So that would be a general correct statement that yes, that would be typically how any RFP would be structured in an ambulance scenario. And the in addition to the fire chiefs, so I should point out Chris, Kit, and Stacy Cryer were all part of the ambulance RFP process, which gave us that input to create the EOA to bring forward in the RFP. So today is more...
Sounds like you've already developed the EOA.
So the EOA has been developed, and it would be part of the ambulance RFP that we will bring forward to you for approval. It will be one component of that.
Is that on the next agenda?
There have been some hurdles along the way to get that to you. So we're getting it to you as fast as we can.
One of the hurdles being truly the reason we're here today is that we cannot form the EOA with the existing Mendocino County ordinance. That is the reason we bring sort of step one in this whole process forward, which is the ordinance that would allow the EOA to be created.
Yeah, we have sent the draft EOA, the draft RFP, excuse me, to the state for comment and to try and get as much of it cleaned up and give you a final product. And one of their comments back to us is you don't have the legal authority to set up an EOA, so until you have the legal authority, we're not going to tell you that your RFP is final. So it's a kind of catch, we're in a chicken and the egg kind of thing.
Okay, thanks. Supervisor Brown?
Yes, we just had a new copy, and I'm thinking it might be an amended copy of what was in our book. Could I please have someone explain to me what the differences are?
Absolutely. So very simply, if you flip to page 2, are they in color? Yep. Okay. In color, you'll see definition number 1 for agency has been cleaned up. On page 3, 16C is in Charlie. The reference to advanced life support has been cleaned up. And then on page 4, line 23, it's 24, D as in David, it says BLS rescue aircraft, not just BLS aircraft. Those were the 3 changes that were made from the, was in your packet. Just to make the document consistent with other related documents such as the RFP.
And I appreciate the explanation, because those that are just listening that have the item and they're listening online may not have a copy of this, so thank you.
Thank you for pointing that out.
Okay, do we have any other public comments on this agenda item? Do we have a motion? The recommended motion was introduce and waive reading of ordinance amending the Mendocino County's Code Section 9.05.
I have another question, actually.
Go ahead. Okay, go ahead.
Or really a statement. I understand there could be a difference of opinion as to whether there's an agency that would be eligible to be grandfathered in to operate an EOA. I don't understand how you can make the statement that no one has requested that determination when I think it's general knowledge we have a local provider who has been claiming that they are eligible to be grandfathered in. So how can you even say no one has made that request?
Well, I just heard that we do have a request now, as you did too. Mr. Winter and I have discussed this in the past. There was a potential zone that Ukiah Ambulance served prior to 1981, which is an important date in terms of establishing whether you have 201 rights. And it was my recollection of that conversation that the zone was so small with such low call volume. Certainly we know Ukiah Ambulance was not the historical provider since 1981 to places like the city of Ukiah, Willits, really the population centers. So if I'm hearing that that is back up for consideration, we certainly will consider the smaller rural portion of the county, whether it has 201 rights and is 224 eligible.
Well, I think, there's a lot of discussion currently around transparency in government. And I think it'd be a good exercise in transparency to have a public discussion on the merits of an agency being eligible to be is it a 201 exception, or you know, whether they're eligible for that or not, what area would it apply to or not, what would the implications for an EOA and the ultimate provision of the most efficient, effective service be. I think it'd be rather refreshing if that were a public discussion rather than one held by a committee that meets privately.
Agreed.
That might be the next step rather than adopting this ordinance.
You're suggesting bringing that discussion back to clarify, does someone hold that exclusive right? Yes, no?
And would it make sense to recognize it, or would that hinder the ability to provide the optimum level of service to a broader area? I mean, that's kind of, I think that's what we would want to know.
Okay. CEO Angelo?
Thank you, Chair Jurdy. I guess my question is really to Brian, that without this ordinance, without the new ordinance, then there's really no way to move forward at this point. So am I correct with that?
Without this ordinance, I don't have the authority to establish an EOA for a competitive provider or process. I also do not have the authority to establish an EOA and recognize a provider with 201 and 224 rights. I could not grandfather somebody exclusivity without an ordinance that allows me to establish an EOA, one or many.
So,
well, again, the emphasis on the phrase ordinance that allows me to establish, so I'm still concerned that we're not explicitly recognizing the role that the board would play in this, if indeed that is what state law says.
I am a representative of your EMS agency, you as the board, and please don't think I'm trying to minimize that in any way. I do EMS regulatory work on your behalf, and yes, you will play a role in that.
It's not clear to me from the ordinance or from your comments that ultimately it's our decision.
I would suggest that the LEMSA is your agency. It is your agency just like public health or the sheriff's office or anything else. It's your agency. So therefore, you ultimately have the final say in anything one of your agencies does. And I think the point is that we could do both on a parallel process. This helps establish the ability to do one or more EOAs, competitive, non-competitive, whatever that looks like, and gives you that function. Therefore, moving forward with this would not push aside somebody else's request for a potential non-competitive EOA, and that is something that we could work with the EMS agency to look at and see what opportunities exist. You know, this whole opportunity to create a grander EMS service in an organized fashion only came about because of Ukiah Fire stepping back from the transport game. I personally have not looked at the area in question that Ukiah's been serving for so long, and we would absolutely happy to do that. There's some word called manner and scope that apply to 201, and we would have to look at that and see how that's been affected with the service area that's being talked about. And that's what we do. We do that nationwide, and we're happy to support that.
Well, so before, I'd like to ask CEO Carmangelo a question before she goes into what she's going to go into, which is, would it make sense for us to proceed with introduce the way of the ordinance, move ahead with this, but at the same time ask for a written request, written analysis, and written recommendation on their request that comes back to the board prior to an RFP going out? So this board would be deciding, yes, no, they don't. They do have the authority to have that exclusive area prior to the RFP process, because obviously one would affect the other. So that's my question.
Yeah, the short answer to that is yes. I think if the board, and it is the board's decision, approves this today and we move forward, staff can come back, we can come back with an analysis of the 201 issue that Mr. Winter has brought up. I think what you don't see here today is that there is a desire by some of our other providers for the county to begin to move forward on this process. So, I respectfully request it is the board's decision. The LEMSA does work for this board, not for anybody else. And, I support and request as well that we can move forward with this today, and there could be a report back to this board on the issue that Mr. Winter has brought up. But I think to hold up this ordinance right now at this time, I think is unnecessary, because you make the final decision here the next time this comes forward, and there could be an analysis that comes forward.
Supervisor McCown.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Well, I would be comfortable moving forward, provided we give direction that the ordinance be amended in line with what I think I'm being told that state law provides. And I believe I'm being told that state law provides that this board would be the final arbiter as to the creation of an EOA and, how it would be structured, and that we are also the decision maker on awarding a contract pursuant to an RFP. So I think I'm being told that's what the law provides, and that's the intent. And I think that a motion to waive the reading and introduce could incorporate an amendment that would reflect state law. I don't think we have to have the exact wording, and I'm looking to county council for this. I don't believe we would need to have the exact wording, as long as we gave direction that what's in front of us would be amended to reflect those requirements of state law. I'm looking at,
I think we can.
Is that sufficient direction?
You're talking about amending this,
The draft ordinance
the
in front
draft
of us.
ordinance.
Giving direction that it be amended specifically in page 11, section 2, under Division 2 permit, section 9.05.100 permit required, section 2, that section be amended to include the authority of the board to approve the parameters of the EOA and to award the contract. And if that's what state law says, it shouldn't be hard to amend it to reflect that.
I agree that you can certainly make that amendment and give that direction. I think that we would need to bring it back then one more time.
Well, the point of giving the direction now is to direct that it be amended to that effect. I don't think we have to have the exact language if we're saying this is what it will say in effect.
Right. So, yes, I think you can go ahead and do that, and then that would be coming back in front
For
of the board.
final.
Right.
Thank you.
Which would come back anyway, right? Yes. So is it still coming to the next date with the amended language?
Exactly.
Okay.
Because we're approving it today. We're approving
Understood.
the effect of the amendment.
And just to clarify, the page, I think you said page 11, section 2 is different from the handout. The handout's more concise.
That's right.
The strikeout version has more pages.
Yeah, correct. So it would actually be on section 2 on page 7.
Of the non-strikeout version.
Of the most updated version.
Okay. So that, I hear a motion?
Yes, I will actually move that we, oh, excuse me, I'm on the wrong page here. I have the right page in my hand. That we introduce and waive reading of ordinance amending Mendocino County Code Section 9.05 entitled Emergency Medical Response, including the amendments as discussed today, and authorize staff to present the ordinance for adoption subsequent to proper notice.
I'll second that motion.
Okay, any discussion on the motion? Not seeing it, let's vote by the button.
Motion carries 4-0 with Supervisor Hamburg absent.
Okay, thanks for your work on this.
Thank you.
Thank you. Now, I know we originally intended to have 3 fire issues all in a row, but we've had people here waiting almost all day for item number 5F, which is presentation and possible adoption of resolution authorizing approval of the 2016 System Improvement Plan for submission to the California Department of Social Services. So maybe we can dive right into that one now. 5F.
Good afternoon.
And then just for the record, once we resolve this, we'll then go to our final fire issue of the day, which is, let's see, which is that
5D.
5D, which is presentation of possible board approval of the Community Wildfire Protection Plan. But first, we're going to do this.
Gina Connor, Deputy Director of Family and Children's Services. Brian Lowry, Assistant Agency Director, as well as Chief Probation Officer Buck Gancher were here this morning. They were unable to join us this afternoon, but they would have been part of this as well. The System Improvement Plan, also known as the SIP, is the third component of the California Child and Family Services Review, also known as the CCFSR. The CCFSR is an outcome-based review mandated by the Child Welfare System Improvement and Accountability Act, passed by the state legislature in 2001. It is a 5-year cyclical process guided by continuous quality improvement, interagency partnerships, community involvement, and accountability for program outcomes. Family and Children's Services and Juvenile Probation began the process a year ago with the county self-assessment, which is a comprehensive review of child welfare and probation programs, from prevention and protection through permanency and aftercare, to determine the effectiveness of current practices and identify areas for targeted improvement. Staff from both departments, as well as stakeholders, including children, youth, and families, community partners, tribal representatives, and foster care providers, were involved in the process. The second component of the CCFSR is the peer review, in which peers from other counties examined our child welfare practices and policies that impact our outcomes for children and families. We had peer reviewers from 7 counties come and examine cases with us, with a focus on reentry to foster care within 12 months following reunification and reunification within 12 months. The results of the peer review were incorporated into the CSA, and then both the results of the CSA and peer review led to the development of the SIP, which is the document that you have before you. The SIP is the operational agreement between the county's child welfare and probation departments and the California Department of Social Services, outlining how the county will improve in specific priority areas of focus. It is not intended to be the county's comprehensive child welfare plan. It includes specific action steps, timeframes, improvement targets, and must be approved by you, the Board of Supervisors, and the California Department of Social Services. The SIP also includes a plan for how the county will utilize Office of Child Abuse Prevention funds, which are funds for prevention, early intervention, and treatment, called CAPIT, CBCAP, and PSSF, to strengthen and preserve families and to help children find permanent families when they are unable to return to their families of origin. Once the SIP is approved, implementation begins. Quarterly calls occur with our CDSS Outcomes and Accountability Representative to monitor our progress on the SIP by reviewing our performance data and focus on how to continuously improve. In addition, annual reports are submitted to CDSS addressing progress on every area of the SIP, as well as outcomes of the services provided by OCAP funding. Currently, all OCAP funds come through HHSA and are provided through contract to the Family Resource Center Network, and that contract will be due for an RFP this year. Also, separate from the SIP, we have contracted with UC Davis Northern Region Training Academy to conduct an organizational assessment of family and children's services, to help us identify our organizational strengths as well as impediments to the delivery of high-quality services, to look at gaps in the organizational system that prevent the delivery of those high-quality services, to identify policy or regulation deficiencies, and to suggest actions to eliminate those gaps or lessen their impact. The results of this assessment will be used to help us improve child protection services in Mendocino County. We anticipate receiving that report in June, and we'll be scheduling a presentation to this board on that report in July, if we get it in July or August. And I do have informational packets on that, which is totally separate from this SIP, that I'll provide after our presentation is done. There are 7 broad goals in child welfare focusing on safety, permanency, and well-being. And although our SIP only focuses on a few, we must still work to improve outcomes for children and families in all of these areas. So we're still working on everything on here. The SIP just highlights a few. Based on information gathered during the CSA and peer review, as well as our current performance data compared to the national and statewide standards, Family and Children's Services and Probation identified key areas to focus on for improvement. Family and Children's Services also incorporated areas of concern that were raised in the 2015 grand jury report. Family and Children's Services has selected 1 systemic factor, 2 areas of safety, and 2 areas of permanency, and Probation has selected 2 areas of permanency to focus on. During this presentation, we will only have time to review the main strategies and highlight a few activities. However, the details of each strategy and all the activities along with the timeline for implementation can be found on pages 58 to 82 of this SIP. That becomes our operational chart for which we focus on and do the annual reviews. Our first focus area is the key strategy to improving all other areas in the SIP, the recruitment and retention of social work staff. Without high-quality staff, we will continue to struggle to meet the national and statewide outcome standards, and this board can play a significant role in helping us. Social workers have greatly appreciated the retention bonuses, but we also request the board explore recruitment incentives, particularly for master-level social workers willing to relocate to Mendocino County, such as assisting with moving expenses or short-term housing while they find more permanent living arrangements. Those have been 2 key areas that have come up as job offers have been made to people from out of county willing to relocate here. I'm also pleased to report that County Human Resources has agreed to keep our social worker recruitments posted continuously until positions are filled, which will help expedite the process in filling vacancies. But as of today, I do have 13 of 45 social worker positions are vacant. In addition to the current positions, my department needs more social workers as well as more vehicles to meet all of our mandates and help reduce our caseloads. Our second focus area is no recurrence of maltreatment, as measured over a 12-month period from a substantiated incident of child abuse or neglect. The national standard is 9.1 or less. When we did the SIP, the most recent data was through Q3 of 2015, which runs through the end of September, and our rate at that time was 18.4%. I am happy to report that as of Q4, that data was just released April 1st of 2016, and that data covers through the end of December of 2015. We had decreased to 14.9%, so we're still way above, but we're headed in the right direction. One common recommendation from stakeholders and staff is to implement a differential response program. Differential response is a practice that allows child welfare to vary their approach to child abuse and neglect referrals based on established criteria, which can include the severity of alleged abuse, prior child welfare history, and cooperation of the parents. It enables child welfare, the community, and families to respond to an allegation in the least invasive manner while still ensuring the safety and well-being of children. DR relies on strong and robust community partnerships and services available in the community. Another focus area, which has some overlap with the recurrence of maltreatment, is re-entry to foster care, as measured over a 12-month period after return home. The national standard is 8.3% or less. At Q3 2015, we were at 19.3, and this one we've gone in the opposite direction. We've gone up to 19.3 as of Q4 2015. Key strategies that we really want to focus on are improving and enhancing practicing our safety plans with families, and ensuring families are connected to supports and community resources prior to closing referrals or closing cases. Also increasing our supports to families during open cases when children have been returned home from foster care. It's really helping ensure that safety is in place and that they have the needed supports before we close. Our fourth focus area is placement stability, which is measured by the rate of placement moves per 1,000 days in foster care. The national standard is 4.12 or less. Quarter 3 of 2015, we were at 7.16, and we've gone up slightly to 7.39 as of quarter 4, 2015. Key strategies will focus on increasing support and training to foster parents and ensuring clearer and smoother transition plans between placements. Our fifth and last focus area is improving our 10-day referral response, as measured by whether an actual or attempted in-person contact was made on a non-immediate referral by the 10th day the referral was received. The state standard is 90%. Quarter 3, 2015, we were at 76.4%, and as of quarter 4, 2015, we had gone up to 80%, so we still have work to do. Key strategies will focus on expediting social workers' efforts to make contact with alleged victims and timely entry of data into CMS, which is the statewide database. Social workers have been provided with smartphones, which has really enabled them to dictate their narratives from the field, and then they can email it to themselves, and they can cut and paste that into the computer system quicker. In addition, Surface tablets have been ordered, which will enable social workers to complete data entry directly from the field as well. So next I will turn it over to probation.
Hi, and I'm Kevin Kelly. I'm the Juvenile Division Manager for the Probation Department. As part of our 5-year system plan, our SIP, the 2 focus areas we will be following will be reunification within 12 months and placement stability. The family reunification within 12 months is the most common goal in probation, and it refers to the process of returning children in temporary out-of-home care to their families of origin. Our first strategy will be to implement family assessment. Probation currently uses evidence-based practices in assessing the family, the PACT Positive Achievement Tool, and from assessments.com. However, probation is in the process of developing an assessment tool designed to gain a greater understanding of how a family's strengths, needs, and risk factors affect a child's safety, permanency, and well-being. The assessment will be strength-based, culturally sensitive, individualized, and developed in partnership with the family. We'll also ensure probation officers attend and participate in all team meetings relating to probation youth and foster care and group home placements. Our second strategy will be family findings. The goal of family finding is to locate long-term, caring, permanent connections and relationships for children in foster care. Probation will be developing a more efficient usage of tools such as a family tree, internet databases, and software for family findings. We currently contract with LexisNexis for family findings, and probation officers will continue to be trained in the philosophy and software on an ongoing basis. Probation is seeking additional vendors to increase family finding efforts. We will continue to review our current policies and procedures to ensure we are using best practices at all times. We will also ensure that probation officers are continuing to make the proper community referrals for the youth and family for successful transition. Our third strategy will involve training. We will definitely increase the level of training to improve the efficiency of family finding. It is critical in the probation department that officers are trained in skilled interviewing techniques for identifying family strengths, resources, and connection, successful engagement skills to encourage family members or other adults to make a commitment to the child. Also, we're going to be including training for probation officers in areas of retaining and recruiting relative and non-relative resource families. We will also be training other stakeholders such as judges, CASAs, attorneys, counselors, and teachers regarding the importance of family findings. Strategy 4, improve in-person contact with parents and caregivers, which basically means increasing the frequency of visits leading up to reunification It helps to facilitate achievement of this goal and decreases reentries into foster care. We're going to review the consistency of initial intake and investigation to ensure all important information is captured on data given to family finding tool. Also, family engagement, involving birth families in planning and decision-making process. Our second focus area will be placement stability. Probation is in compliance with this measure presently. However, specific action steps will be ongoing to maintain compliance. Research and probation experience support the critical importance of placement stability for youth in foster care. Placement stability minimizes the pain and trauma that youth in foster care experience, and it can lessen children's problems with attachment and behavior and emotional disorders. Placement stability can decrease school mobility and increase academic achievement. Finally, it increases the likelihood that a child will establish an enduring positive relationship with a caring adult. Strategy 5, placement matching. This practice is maximizing the match between the child and the caregiver. It's basically the type of placement that we use for the child that's in detention, which is very important, ensuring that the youth are placed into facilities that guarantee to match their needs. It is important that when probation uses the facility, it is family-based in the broadest way possible. Probation will also continue to use a centralized placement unit that will explore and use local foster homes and the residentially based services. Ensure a transition plan is in place at the beginning of placement, which includes coordinated services and support for extended foster care youth. We'll also be involving the parents in decisions concerning the child and ensure contact between the child and parents along with the siblings. We will also continue active recruitment and preparation of support for non-kin as placement resources for youth. And there is one thing I would like to point out is that just 2 years ago we had four probation officers in the placement unit, one supervisor and a 20-hour-a-week clerk, and we now have one probation officer who covers all of this due to realignment in the adult division. So she has her hands full. And her name is Michaela Barlow, and basically if it wasn't for her, a lot of this information would not have been put together. So I thank her very much for what she's done. The next steps in this process, once the SIP, the System Improvement Plan, is approved by the Board of Supervisors, is the implementation begins. As before, we will have quarterly progress meetings, and the state and annual progress reports will be submitted to the California Department of Social Services.
And that concludes the presentation. We do have our contact information, also the websites where once the documents are submitted to CDSS, they upload them to the state website. So all counties' information are on those two websites. And then the quarterly data reports are on the UC Berkeley website that's listed.
Okay, Supervisor Brown.
Thank you, Chair Jurdy. It's my understanding earlier today and on one of the agenda items, a speaker suggested more stakeholders involved in processes. And it's my understanding that putting this together, you had over 150 stakeholders involved in this whole process. So I want to congratulate you because that's a big group. And so lots of thought went into this and a mix of all the stakeholders. So I appreciate that very much.
Right. It was a year-long process, at least. I mean, we had several other counties come in to review our folders. That was part of the peer review. They spent 3 days, I believe, going through our placement folders to critique them. give us feedback on what we were doing. But yes, it is a very long process, a very tedious process. Luckily, it's only done every 5 years. So.
Yeah, but congratulations is in hand.
Thank you. This is the final step before we implement.
Exactly.
Supervisor Woodhouse, do you have a question or comment?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I was wondering if you look at page 58, that has the lists of your strategies for recruitment and retention, and 59 has more. And I think 5 of them or something was to get our attention on certain things. So I wanted to point those out if you wouldn't mind. Continue to encourage the Board of Supervisors to provide ongoing financial support for recruitment and retention of social workers. That is our intention to do that. It's just hard to find ways of doing it. So we'll have to discuss these issues more. I think they're all similar. Continue to encourage Board of Supervisors to use recruitment incentives, such as the housing costs you mentioned or moving expenses, to assist them in relocating here. So that's something we've talked about. But it seems like in order to make more improvement, we're going to have to do more. We're touching on these things.
Well, and we definitely recognize your authority over this, and that's why it's stated as we want to continue that encouragement and discussion for that, but it does have an impact on us, but we recognize that that is up to the board to make those decisions.
It's my intention, I think our intention to do the things. There's just complications when you put money in one area, you immediately get howls from other area, but this is very important to us. Then the last third is advocate with Civil Service Commission and Human Resources and Board of Soups to have continuous recruitments, and you are doing that at this point. That seems like a simple, great thing that they're doing.
It was just changed, I want to say, about 2 weeks ago. Our current recruitments were changed, so that was helpful.
Heidi talked about that. That sounds very smart. And then it says D is to advocate for additional social worker positions, even though some are not filled. Are there other positions needed to put in, or it would be filling the vacant positions?
This is in addition to the vacant positions, and I do believe as part of the budget process, it's my understanding that will be part of the budget process and discussion for the upcoming budget hearings.
Can you just give me a preview of, do you think there's half a dozen vacant positions, or?
In children's, as of today, we have 13 vacant social worker positions.
That's right, you said.
And we will be requesting in the budget 10 additional for children's services.
So 10 additional above the 13?
Yes.
And what do you think it was a year ago or 2 years ago? Was it a similar 13 or more or less, or?
It's been about the same, although we hire and we get almost filled, and then we have people either retire or resign or promote to different positions. I know about last August there was one day we were down to 1 vacancy, and by the end of the week it had gone up to like 6 or 7, just for a variety of things. So it just depends on the day.
I heard it was going up, and it's very frightening to think what that means to our ability to help children.
Exactly.
And then E, F, and G is continuing to support ways to retain master level social workers who wish to pursue clinical licensure. Is that a program that we do now? I've asked about that before, and I couldn't understand the answer. I'm asking again.
So I'll be happy to share that. This was actually an idea that our former agency director, Stacey Cryer, came up with. And we are in partnership with Youth Project. Our master level social workers, so some are social workers, some are working on their marriage and family therapy license, and we have one that's working on their licensed professional counselor license, are able to do internships with Youth Project on Fridays to get their clinical hours while still maintaining employment with us. So it's a paid internship basically for us while they're doing services through Youth Project. So it reduces their hours, their work hours with us, but we would rather have them employed with us versus them needing to leave to go get a full-time job elsewhere. So the MOU was just finished recently. I think they're still finishing up the fingerprints, but that is in place, and we have 6 staff that will be doing that with the project.
That's exciting. F is request approval from the Board of Supervisors to increase the county vehicle fleet assigned to FCS for social work. We talked about that in our budget. We went over all this stuff, and I know we're trying to be efficient and rent vehicles, and there's equipment that you have to put in, baby seats and stuff you want, and it's a real touchy thing. Like, we all like our own vehicles, and we can't give everybody their own vehicle. But I'm wondering if we've squeezed too tightly in this area, if that is I haven't heard complaints from other areas that you took away our vehicle, but here I do hear it's a continuing problem. Can you explain that to the board?
So Family and Children Services, most all of our social workers, our social worker assistants, and our vocational assistants do the majority of their work out in the field, either doing home visits, responding to investigations, transporting children to placements, transporting parents to various services, and not having enough vehicles. Then it becomes what's the priority transportation needs. So staff are constantly juggling that. As well, another issue that we struggle with is often the afternoon time is a big time to see kids, bringing them to visits. So you might in the morning see cars county vehicles sitting in our parking lot, but in the afternoon everybody's sort of vying for vehicles. So it's just a constant challenge. In the Ukiah office, we have dedicated vehicles for the Ukiah Children's Services office. We don't have to share with the buildings next to us. In Fort Bragg and Willits, it's a smaller pool of staff, and so those two offices do have to share vehicles, and it becomes a challenge. Everybody has the need, and so it's just something that I believe our department is working with the executive office on, and likely in the board or the upcoming budget hearings will also be discussed. But again, we go out on places where you need a four-wheel drive, or you need larger vehicles if you've got a lot of kids, or you need room for several car seats, and so it becomes a challenge.
It's something that we've dealt with before, and I'm hoping we can do whatever it takes to get the more remote locations their vehicles. It's a discouraging thing that would make people quit if they can't get the vehicle to go to their job, or they feel like they don't get a priority. It's something we can insert money in and do, and we're going to have to start spending money even though we're afraid of running out of money because everybody wants some. But thank you for highlighting the need. Thank you very much.
So a couple questions. So Jenna, you said how many positions are filled currently and how many are vacant?
Of my social worker positions, I have 13 of 45 social worker positions are vacant.
Okay, so 45 authorized positions, and when I spoke to a former county employee on the coast who's left our service, there were only 5 for the whole coast, and Willett said they had 5 or 6, and so the rest of them, I presume, are here in Ukiah, and the contention was that the coast office was those few employees were handling more cases per employee than the Ukiah counterparts, and so if you're looking at a reconfiguration or addition of positions, I hope there's some documentation showing the caseload per employee and also the population being served. So the caseload may not reflect the population, because if you have such a tiny office that's now down to 3 people, it's fluctuating between 5 and 3. I mean, they're just drowning basically in an office like that. And so there are people who are falling through the cracks who are probably getting addressed, let alone someone who's doing a little proactive work and helping out a family so they don't get to the point where they're a case.
Right. So I did look at the number of social workers assigned to Willits and Fort Bragg. We have planned so currently there are 3 social workers in Fort Bragg. We did double the social worker assistant staff. They went from 2, now they have 4. So the total number of social workers I have planned for Fort Bragg is 6. Our challenge, that has been the biggest challenge, to get either applicants from Fort Bragg or from the coast, or to get people to relocate to the coast. I'm going to be meeting in April with the Coast Child Abuse Prevention Commission to try and come up with some ideas that they might have.
So you're saying 6 of 45 will be for the whole coast?
Yes, of the social worker positions.
You're saying 45 social workers, and only 6 on the coast?
Well, also I have to look at space. Currently, I believe you've been to the Avila Center. Trying to figure out space for 2 more is a challenge.
So,
at the
we're
moment
talking
as well.
28% of the county population having, and 6 out of 45 would be what, 9%, 6, 10, more 10%, 11% of the total. So we're talking they would have double the caseload of their counterparts.
Well, you also have to look at the volume of referrals and cases that come in. But I am happy to relook at it in terms of the volume of cases and referrals to determine.
It's not logical. And there are people on the coast that have licensed clinical social worker credentials but choose not to work for the county. And I think we need to look at why is that. So it's not like those people don't exist on the coast. They're already living there, and there are people who are leaving the county for some reason. So,
well, I think the biggest reason is the pay.
But they're leaving.
We lose, on the probation side, we lose probation officers because they can go down to Sonoma County and make $10 more an hour doing less than what they do right now.
So, but proportionally, the pay is no different if you work for the county, whether you work on the coast or you work inland, so you wouldn't have...
In Fort Bragg, we have 2 probation officers.
Out of how many?
Out of space, out of 20 some odd probation officers.
So only 10% of the probation officers are on the coast?
Pretty much. It's.
It may be that most of the probationers are inland.
I doubt.
True. We have approximately 70 youth countywide on probation. That's it. Years ago it was 3 or 4 or 5 times that number, but it's not anymore. So I don't know how it is in the adult world, but in the juvenile world, we have 1 probation officer over there dealing with the juvenile cases, and the majority of our juvenile probation officers are in Ukiah. And the one we have in Ukiah travels to Fort Bragg and Ukiah, or Fort Bragg and Willits once a week, if he can, because he's got other duties to do in Ukiah.
Well, I think an organization like this should have some documentation for how it's allocating its staff positions, because allocating roughly 10% of your positions to serve 28% of the county population makes no sense to me. But, okay. Go ahead.
Chair Jurdy, what makes sense to me is the population of children, not general population. And if you do have social workers or probation officers being able to commute to supplement when population that's being served goes up, transferring back when it goes down, that certainly makes sense. But to me, it's the populations being served. You look at the probation, juvenile probation cases of past. This is an all-time low, I think.
It is, definitely.
Yeah. So probably probation is looking at, because of realignment and everything else that's happening, taking children, probation officers, and moving them over to adult in order to accommodate the workloads. So that, to me, is the most important. To me, it doesn't have to do with populations of general. In general, it has to do with the population of the services to the number of people it needs to be provided to.
The last 3 months, I've lost 2 juvenile probation officers to adult, which leaves me 5 to cover the county.
And you also lost some to Sonoma County.
Yes. Yes, we lost.
And
also
bilingual staff as well.
That includes having to have a full-time or a 20-hour-a-week staff at River School, full-time staff at New Beginnings. So those officers are not able to go out in the field because they're at the school sites for the entire day. So that basically leaves me with a couple of probation officers to do the entire field work.
But that's great because those are students in school. And it's helping, correct?
Yes.
It's helping change their lives,
It is.
hopefully.
Yes.
Okay. Supervisor McCallum.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Well, I think your questions are appropriate and I think a better approach, and perhaps we will even collaborate on an agenda item. But I think across the board, we could direct that county departments provide regular reporting on a number of measurable factors, such as who is being served, where do they live, what's the caseload, just different measurements of what service is being provided and how are we providing it. I think that'd be a very informative and useful tool for us, for the departments, and for the administration. So, this is something that is continually talked about, kind of like the weather, but no one's doing anything about it. I think Mendocino County, although we continually face many challenges, we're not in the crisis mode that we were a few years ago, when frankly there was very rapid change, and I think certain things were falling through the cracks as experienced personnel left. We struggled to even keep positions filled. It's not that we've broken out into the clear and everything's rosy now, but I think we do have the opportunity to take a more deliberative approach to the services we're providing and how we provide them. And a key factor in doing that would be to get the data.
I'm jumping ahead of you, Supervisor.
No, you do.
Just to say absolutely correct, because if you have more children that need to be served in the coastal area, you want to provide the staff that can do that. Whether it's social workers or probation.
And make
juvenile
sure that the
probation.
caseloads are reasonably equalized, and.
But if you've got the facts sitting in front of you,
Right.
it justifies the action this board may take.
Because what I'm hearing is that most of the juvenile probationers are located inland. And there could be a variety of factors that account for that. But, the key thing is, are we assigning our personnel to be in the position where they need to be able to provide an equitable level of service to those who are being served, in this case, the juvenile probationers. But
Supervisor Woodhouse.
Mr. Chair, would this be something, the standing committee, that we could refer to our standing committee? Is that appropriate, Supervisor McCowan, or not something of?
it might be more appropriate for general government because it's kind of an across-the-board thing, but I also believe it's something that could be initiated by two supervisors bringing something forward. Because once you make the referral to the standing committee, you can't even talk about the parameters of what you want to do outside of the public meeting.
Very good.
So again, Supervisor Jurdy's, I think, several times expressed an interest along these lines, and so again, we may collaborate on an item unless you beat us to it.
Thanks.
Well, maybe I'll collaborate with the chair. Giving you a bad time.
All right, well, thanks. So, did that conclude your presentation?
Yes.
So do we have, I don't know, any public comment on the presentation?
Good afternoon, Ann Mulgard with representing the Policy Council on Children and Youth. I'm the current chair. Gina and HHSA staff brought the SIP to us last month, the month before as a draft, and then last month. And what we wanted to focus on, especially, was this hiring issue that you all have already started to discuss. We appreciate the creative retention incentives that have already started, switching from the merit system to in-house. We're hoping that that yields a lot of results, but we haven't turned the tide. So what we wanted to recommend to you all is what would happen if we got together a kind of a public-private task force to look at this, to look beyond just HHSA, because the forces that are making it difficult for HHSA, I'm sure some of them are internal and have to do with processes and culture and things like that. But a lot of them are just our housing costs, the reputation that Mendocino has or doesn't have throughout the state. So we were thinking about doing a little search about best practices and what has worked in other places, and then seeing what if we got the hospital, some private businesses, education. They are really stretched looking for teachers to come to this area, and our own government, just to see, are there things we could do together? Are there marketing strategies or advertising strategies that we could look at together that might help us make a quantum leap on this issue? Without having the whole thing turn into a housing discussion of affordable housing. And if it does, that's fine, but there might be other things that we could be doing together too. So that was PCCY's offer and pitch to you, and we'd love to hear your response either now or at our next PCCY meeting.
Well, I personally think it's an excellent idea, because as you know, the retention pay that's in last year's contract and this year's contract, it's a 2-year contract, concludes at the end of the contract, and SDOU has already publicly said they will fight reinstatement of that, which was put in there at our request in the first place.
To help with that shortage.
And so that may or may not be something that we can force into next contract, and so any other alternative approaches, all ideas are welcome, I think. I mean, I also assume that between now and then, HR can because they've been doing a fair amount of analysis of the turnover in positions throughout the county and the vacancies in different, which are more pronounced in some positions than in others, and we all know the dramatic numbers in social workers and some of the other positions. That it does seem to me that it's possible that can prompt a salary adjustment that would be independent of the negotiation process. So there may be a way of moving the needle a little bit on a handful of positions, kind of in the same, more or less the same way as we did through the contract negotiation, and then instead focus the few dollars that we have at our discretion in some other way that maybe it's some housing partnership, whatever you guys are able to come up with. So I think it's an excellent idea, and I don't know, did the PCCY think of maybe working with one of our standing committees? We've got the Health and Human Services Committee, we've got the General Government Committee. There's sort of the two that would be one of the two, I would think, if it was to work with a standing committee. Like, in other words, going back with a more specific.
I almost think it would be more general government, because again, it's not the problem that PCCY wants to solve is the social worker shortage. However, everybody's working on that, and that's why we're thinking maybe we need a different approach. So maybe it is more of a general government. We didn't get that specific. We started to name, like, why don't we talk to so-and-so, why don't we talk to so-and-so, but that's kind of all that happened.
Okay. Supervisor Brown?
I just wanted to compliment PCCY because they do such great work. And I've seen it since 2009 and feel very comfortable in your recommendation. It's just how to get there and.
Well, I mean, I think I'd be happy if at some point we got it on a future General Government Committee agenda.
Okay.
And then we could discuss in more detail.
Great.
Some ideas.
And then Gina and I will go back to PCCY and discuss it more there, and then attend your next general government meeting and see where we go.
Would
maybe either May or April.
Okay.
Or we're not sure which agenda we'll do.
Yeah, well, April comes up next Monday, so
maybe May.
Maybe May.
So I think it's May that we're going to have to go. I think the turnaround's too quick, but certainly PCCY can talk about it and be ready to go.
We'll have a meeting before that.
And I'm trying to figure what is the May meeting.
May 9th, I think.
May 9th? Okay.
Well, that detail can be worked out, but the board could make the referral to general government today, correct?
Is that the pleasure of the board?
Well, I think we need.
I believe that's the request, so, of course.
That what?
Oh, I'm sorry.
Okay.
The referral is to look at alternate strategies for attracting and retaining employees. And you're not limited just to social workers in this more global
Correct.
discussion.
Correct. Again, because social work, I mean, they're trying, but until we get more data on the post-merit system and things like that, I don't know that we should be beating a dead horse, you know. Boy, I should really think of a new metaphor than that. Yeah, sorry about that.
Okay, thank you so much.
Thank you.
Yeah. Does that conclude?
Yeah,
Thank you.
so I believe you have a resolution as well.
Oh, we have
Pass
to
for
do the
SIP,
resolution. Yes, I am so sorry.
Supervisor Brown?
Thank you, Chair Jurdy. I move to adopt resolution approving the 2016 System Improvement Plan, SIP, and approve notice of intent to meet assurances of the child abuse prevention, intervention, and treatment, community-based child abuse prevention, and promoting safe and stable family programs, and further authorize the chair to sign the same and provide one certified copy of the resolution.
I'll second.
Any other discussion on this? Okay, not seeing any. Vote by the button.
Motion carries 4-0 with Supervisor Hamburg absent.
Okay, now we're going to get back to our final fire issue of the day.
Thank you.
And I will leave copies of the organizational assessment for you, and some copies in the back.
So for people in the room, this is item 5D, which is presentation of possible board approval of the Community Wildfire Protection Plan. And the sponsor for this is the Executive Office, Chris Shaver.
Good afternoon, Chair and Supervisors. Christopher Shaver, Deputy CEO, Executive Office. Today I bring before you is the Community Wildfire Protection Plan. This is part of the contract that the Board directed the Executive Office to enter into with the Fire Safe Council. They have worked across the community, holding several public meetings and with several different stakeholders, creating the Community Wildfire Protection Plan. Today I have Madeline Holt-Camp and two representatives will also be displaying the website that they have created. So Madeline will come present and answer any questions on the Community Wildfire Protection Plan.
Greetings, Supervisors. Madeline Holt-Camp with the Fire Safe Council. And with me today are Brandon Kite and Josh Bowers, who have been contributing to the website end of this effort. And I'm not actually going to spend a whole bunch of time on the print plan. I hope this is the last time we ever have to do this. Documents are getting really expensive to do.
Yes.
So there are a few things I would like you to notice about the plan, however, while they're getting set up. The first thing is that what we are asking basically for you to do today is to authorize Chair Jurdy to be one of the signatories to this plan in adopting it. The others are the chair of the Fire Chiefs Association and Chief Rowney up at the CAL FIRE office in Willits. Those are the folks. Mostly our plan is pretty similar to previous plans. The specific projects, which you'll find at the end in the tables, are changed, of course, but basically the structure of our plan is pretty much the same. A couple things that are different that we would really like you to notice is that there's a climate change section, and we also have included a section that we call the 100-year plan. And that is really a call for us as a county to be one of the advocates of moving the discussion of how we are going to get our forests thinned and get our situation back to something that is relatively fire hardened in California. And we think that that is not a problem that we as a county can solve. But we do think that because there are revenues being developed at the state level by those fees that you've heard so much about, that we believe that there could be a way to sort of over the long-term period begin to target areas to start thinning and thus reduce our fire risk over the long haul. So that is really in a certain way different than personal defensible space that the Fire Safe Council, that's really our area of concern, is people's residences and businesses that exist in rural areas, to try and get them to make their own property as safe as possible. But there is a bigger effort, and we know from certainly the fires in Lake County and fires that we've had here in Mendocino County, that there are just some areas that are so overgrown that if we don't start chipping away at them, this fire pattern that we've seen in the last decade in California is going to persist. And so we need to be involved in the immediate, but we also need to be involved. So with that, I'm going to let Josh begin, or Brandon begin, and tell you, we'll kind of go through the plan via the website.
Hello, my name is Brandon Kite. I run Brandon Kite Visual Creations. It's a small website design, graphic design studio here in Ukiah. We were originally contacted by Madeline. I had built the original Mendocino County Fire Safe Council website a couple years back. And we were approached from her for the 2016 Mendocino County Community Wildfire Protection Plan. And one idea we had in working with Madeline and the Fire Safe Council for this was to put together a website specifically for the fire plan itself, instead of having to have a 100-page plus document that you have to circulate around if people want to see that or read it or make comments or see what's going on. So with this site, really, it kind of details a lot of the information that's in the fire plan. It also includes a lot of the maps that are in the plan. And then the one custom element of it is a project area, which include all the projects in our plan, but it also gives the public an opportunity to also be able to submit projects on their own property if need be, just by making a simple click in that area. They can upload photos from their phone, from their computer, or whatnot, and then that will also get submitted to myself, the Fire Safe Council, and then we'll get approved prior to actually going live on the website itself.
Can I just make a comment? I'm just
Yes.
looking at how quickly the map is moving because of the high-speed internet in this building, and I'm just thinking there are people who may be watching this at home who are very envious of the high-speed internet that this building has.
Yes, it is working really well, but at the same time, it is also lightweight enough to where with people who do have dial-up and stuff like that, you'll be able to access our information fairly easily. The other big thing about the website as well is it's what we call mobile responsive. So the website actually conforms to depending on what device you're viewing it on. So whether you can see now as it kind of, as Josh closes it up, things kind of change and work on top of each other and create more of a stacked approach or design, so that way when people are looking at the fire plan on their phones, they'll be able to access the information and still be able to add projects and stuff to the map itself. So I'm going to go ahead and turn it over to Josh, and he'll kind of walk you guys through the fire plan itself, and we'll go from there. Thank you.
This thing. Hey everybody, it's nice and cool in here. I'm just going to basically show you how the website works. Look at my notes, make sure I don't forget anything. It's using some software that we integrated along with Google Maps, and the idea behind it is that anybody will be able to use it very easily and be able to navigate through it also very easily. The idea was that anybody who doesn't use a computer on a regular basis should be able to use this and also be able to use it on their phone. So you don't have to go to a desktop to submit information. You'll see right now I added some proposed projects that are in the report already. And the way it works is if you would zoom into one of these little icons and hover over it, it gives you information about what is going on in that location. And it can go even further than that. If you click on it, you can load up further information, pictures, things like that. I just didn't have any pictures to put up with any of the information. And besides the topographical map, it also has a satellite map, so you can use that to figure out where you are and more accurately place these little pinpoints. If you see down here, it's got these little tags, and that's just for organization. So if you want to see, say, just Battalion 2 projects or just Battalion 1 projects, or if you want to see where the fuel break projects are being done, road clearings, etc., all that can be easily optimized, changed, gone through. It's also very easy, like Brandon was talking about, it's very easy to add projects to this. I'm going to show you how to do it just right now. Basically just zoom in wherever it is you want to add whatever it is your community is doing. And you just double click on it. You put in the information, where it is, what you're doing, etc. You can add photos, and again, this all works on the phone, so if somebody's out in the field doing a project or proposing a project, they can just take pictures on their phone, go to the website, double click on their phone where the project is going to be placed, and then just upload it all straight from there. You don't have to go to a computer or anything like that. And then after it's submitted for review down here, basically what happens, it just goes out to an email to whoever's in charge of the website at the time. They look over the information, format it if they have to, and then they just approve it, and it shows up on the map just like that pretty much.
So is there a tracking system just to confirm that it was received by someone? And
Yeah.
Okay.
I mean, it's all database driven and it all works off of WordPress. So besides an email going out to whoever is in charge of the website itself actually keeps a copy of it as well. So you would get a notification that this person is doing this and wants it to go up on the map. Then you just log into the website and it's already there, ready to go. You just click approve or edit it or do whatever the process is of whoever's in charge of that process at the time.
So would the person who submitted the proposal get some kind of automated response?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Yeah, I can do it for you if you like. And then there you go. And gives you the little submission received, and that's about it.
Go over the maps and their content too.
And then as far as, if you don't have any questions about this part.
I did want to pipe in about that. We felt that like it was very important to have that two-step process to put projects in so that we weren't subject to any pranking and that kind of stuff, or a disgruntled neighbor deleting a project because they didn't like it or something, that we felt like it needed to go to the group and actually verify that, yeah, this fire chief called this project in or emailed this project in and we can do it. The other thing is we would have the capacity then for people who do live in places where they don't have good internet, they could call and I could do it for them or whoever, is going to be doing it. But so hopefully that would also relieve the stress for people living out in areas where as you say, the internet is pretty slow and that might be, kind of difficult for them. We do deal with fire safe councils and groups like that who may just call and say, we have a project we want to put up.
So you're in the RCD office?
Yes.
On Dora?
On Jones Street, actually. It's
That's right,
around
around the corner. Gotcha.
It's beside the old hospital buildings.
Right.
So anyway, basically what we think is that we could either decide to hold a lot of projects and just do it every 6 months as an update. In order for those projects to be official, it would have to come back to the Board of Supervisors to be adopted every year, every 6 months, whatever your pleasure is. Hopefully, it would be fairly easy to highlight the changes so that if you wanted to do it more frequently, it could really be a consent calendar item. Because we would have the data about who submitted the project, who approved it, how is it mapped, that kind of stuff. So, go ahead. Sorry.
All right. And then as far as there's other maps on here. This one was an image I actually got from Sean from over at CAL FIRE. And it's a high resolution map of the state responsibility. And we can use the same system so that people can navigate through these kind of highly technical maps. And then there's also maps of all the other, from the report, right? Yeah. And these
Basically,
are,
that show the battalion areas, show the fire districts, there's the various maps, the fire history map.
yeah, I mean, the idea is just that allow the information to be as easily accessible by as many people as possible. And you can see that there's a list of maps here. The projects maps is the only one that people can submit a project to, though. And then you can see this is the plan that we were talking about, the huge stack of paper. All, fits in the palm of your hand now, basically. I did my best to create a table of contents, so it's pretty, you can just click on whatever area that you want to read about and just go straight to it. And the nice thing about the internet is we can put a little search box if we want to. So if somebody's looking for something specifically, they can just type in what they're looking for and it'll show up. So there's not a bunch of time wasted, looking through something if you don't know what where you're supposed to be looking. Questions?
Maybe you could just show them a little bit about the projects tables.
Projects tables?
Yeah, or the project. Well, I guess there really aren't the tables in this one, are they?
No.
Okay.
The projects are on the
They're just
actual
on the
map. Yeah.
So the little tables of projects, you'll have to look in the printed version, which is the chapter 4. We had a really interesting time going around the county and talking to people. And just for your information, one enormous theme emerged, which is people's concern with older subdivisions and access and egress. I'm sure that's not a surprise to anyone here, but that will probably be one of the main areas that we at the Fire Safe Council focus on. And one of our big pushes right now is really to, instead of trying to form separate little fire safe councils, we're really trying to get a lot of road associations to also become their local fire safe council, because those are usually committed people in the community who are doing a lot of work, are familiar with the state of the roads, already have contact and are known to the neighbors who live on that road. And we found it a pretty efficient way to go because of all that history of contact. We're finding also another thing, Supervisor Jurdy, you may find this quite interesting, is that the last time we did this, the coast didn't have much to say about fire, but after 10 years of drought, they have quite a bit to say. And areas like Westport, you will see, have a number of projects in there, just because climate change is a reality in our county, and areas that didn't have to worry about that are starting to worry about it. Also, the thinner amount of response, and I'm sure you've heard this from the Fire Association and the presentation earlier, as we get a little thinner on the ground, we're hoping this is going to be a much more efficient way to tackle these questions and for people to get their input in, instead of me trekking up to Westport and stuff like that. Which was fun to do, but is expensive.
Supervisor Brown?
Thank you. Thank you, Chair Jurdy. Madeline, I wanted to ask you, and I really don't have a page number, but it says Chapter 3, Mendocino Unit Strategic Fire Plan.
That is the CAL FIRE plan for this unit, and that has traditionally been incorporated into our California, or our community wildfire protection plans, because so much of our county is served by SRA.
Okay, well, there was a statement here, and I was going to ask Supervisor McCowan, because he sat on LAFCO when he was on City Council, so he has a very long history, but it says the requirement of all special districts to complete municipal service reviews every 5 years. These MSRs require time and the payment of fees beyond the capability of most rural fire departments. LAFCO's paying for those currently, right? Within their own funds and the fees that are paid by all special districts.
Well, correct.
Combined.
The districts do not develop the municipal service reviews. LAFCO develops the municipal service reviews either through staff or by contracting. The districts do, in effect, pay for them by their annual assessments that they pay. And then the MSRs can be something of a time burden on whoever from the district is responding to LAFCO to provide the information, to review the drafts, the administrative draft, et cetera. And it's been a challenge both for LAFCO to do the MSRs and to educate the districts that it's actually to their advantage to help complete the process. I think we've made a lot of headway in that regard, but frankly, I think a lot of the districts do view it as this is costing us at a minimum time, potentially money. We're not sure what the value to us is. And frankly, unless they intend to update their sphere of influence, there may be a rather limited value to them.
Well, and the final sentence I didn't read, it says, but if no current MSR exists, no development whatsoever may be allowed in the district.
I do not think that is accurate.
But anyway,
taken
just
from the
the
old plan,
fact,
so that may have
maybe we just need to check that one paragraph over to find out what's what.
We do know that there are a couple districts that have opted not to do that process.
The MSR?
Yeah. And
Well,
that's
no. LAFCO has a current adopted municipal service review for every fire district and fire agency in the county.
quite frankly, they just reported to me that they didn't.
Pardon?
I just took their report that they didn't.
Well, now what we don't have, because there's a distinction between fire districts and fire companies. So
Right.
there are some that are referenced
And you'll
at
see
different
them,
places
the
in the...
Turtle Creek Brigade calls them the fire brigade.
Yeah,
They
Turtle
serve
Creek, Bell Springs,
Springs.
and...
Whale Gulch.
Yeah.
Whale Gulch.
Well, Whale Gulch, I'm not certain of their status, and their...
We're going to find that out.
Yeah. But
I
any...
have to say, we did not have much contact from them.
Yeah.
I've got their contact.
And then
Is that
Ridgewood
Bobby?
Ranch, although they're apparently a party to the dispatch contract with CAL FIRE, are listed nowhere else in the document.
And I am unaware of that. So, I mean, I didn't even know there was a department there, so it shows you.
Well, but apparently
They're
they
flying
are...
under the radar.
Apparently they're part of the contract where that's what is stated in the report. I think this is going to be an ongoing process
It is,
now that
and
we...
I have to tell you that doing this year, we were busier than one-armed paper hangers, and everybody that we needed to get data from was also busier than one-armed paper hangers. And so we do want to update this on a real regular basis. There are a couple other flaws with the document. One, we were not able to use a lot of the ArcView maps. So we actually mapped in a different way, in a much more detailed way, some of these projects. We have not quite figured out how to integrate that application in here, but it's an ongoing effort that will just continue to be worked on. And I think there are, once this is posted and we let people know about it, we have no doubt that we will get lots and lots of corrections. Well, no, I mean, that's a good thing, you know, to have people easily able to review just their thing and correct it and say, no, that, I know of one already that's a typo on a road name that's a mistake. And, you know, those kind of things I think will go on and happen. But what I hope that you have here is a really good tool for keeping this up to date and keeping the information good and making it easy for the departments, the citizens in the various subdivisions and stuff to share information. And, you know, they can sit at their local fire safe council meeting and call this up and say, do we have a project? Are we going to do this fire break or this road clearing or this vegetation management project? There are going to be some really interesting ones that you see. We have a goat project going off right now on Black Bart Trail. They're starting up. And so that's going to be a goat clearing project. Lots of different things, but we had to get a format going where we could do that. And that was really, for me, the thrust of this thing, was to get this off paper and onto where it's easy to view. I mean, it costs nearly as much to print 20 copies of that book it cost about half the amount that it cost to do this, and this will last forever, and that'll last a year. So, it's really, I think, going to be the cost-effective way to do this, and a really good way for a lot of people to check in with the information, and that's, I think, the most important thing.
Okay, man, I want to call on Supervisor Woodhouse.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Madeline. You covered what I was going to ask you, is the time you put into this and the season when you'd go try to meet with firefighters in the middle of fire season. They weren't really available to talk with you, were they?
And training now, everything
Yeah,
that
there's
got put off
always-
in the summer is now happening, and, they're all pretty busy. And I really have to say that the Fire Chiefs Association reached out to me tremendously and was very supportive, and, really took the time to look at this stuff and to consider it and to get their projects in spite of all those time constraints. And I'm really grateful to them, because the product is as good as it is really because of that collaborative effort.
Did you hear, is this how other counties now are doing their plans? Are theirs online or still printed?
A lot of times the plans themselves are online as text documents. I'm unaware, I don't know, did you guys find any other interactive ones? We think we invented
I
that.
think you're ahead of the game.
And we felt that it was such a good solution for a rural county.
So can they market this template with other counties?
That's a great
It's
idea.
okay with me.
Supervisor McCown?
Well, thank you. To me, the important thing is we do have an updated plan. This will now put us in a position where we can actually access funding to accomplish some of the projects described herein. So, even though there may be some minor inaccuracies, I certainly recommend we just go ahead and approve the plan as written, and then our expectation is this will be revisited much sooner than once every 10 years, and so we'll have opportunities going forward, perhaps on an annual basis, to update it, add new projects, and so forth. So this will be more of a living document than it has been. And as far as I can see from the things I've noted that may benefit from correction, none of those things would interfere with the ability to apply for funding for the projects that are listed. So again, for that reason, I recommend we simply approve it and move forward.
Okay, I take that as a motion. Is there a second?
Happy to second that. Thank you.
And for the record, that was the recommended motion, which is accept and approve. Thank
And
you.
authorize the
Okay,
chair
thank
to
you.
sign.
And
Yes.
authorize the chair to sign, because it does have to be signed by everybody to be official.
And his name will live in eternity on the front piece.
Okay, all right. So any other comment?
Any other questions?
No, thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, let's vote by the button.
Motion carries 4-0 with Supervisor Hamburg absent.
Okay, I know we do have more people here, but we do have a request to take a 5-minute break. So we'll be back, 10-minute break. We'll be back at 3:50. Ready to go, Carl? Okay, we're back in session at 3:52, and we're first going to address the three consent calendar items that were revised throughout the morning at the direction given this morning. So they are items 4K, 4L, and 4M. Do we want to have an update on that? We have copies. Supervisor Brown.
Well, yes. Don't we need to go back and do the normal consent calendar process?
Well,
Your microphone.
These three items were pulled from consent to be considered in conjunction with item 5C. So I think we could go ahead and approve these three items.
Then
and
go and do the
back
regular
to
process.
consent.
Okay, just asking about procedure.
Okay, good afternoon, members of the board, Mr. Chair. Janelle Rao, Deputy CEO. We've distributed for you revised agenda summaries for items 4M, 4L, and 4K. And each of those, we revised the agenda summaries and incorporated the suggested amendments that came from Supervisor McCowan earlier in session, just to adjust the language in the title and then in the fiscal impact section of each one of the agenda summaries. And then attached, you'll see just a revised section on the first few pages of the contracts themselves with suggested amendments based upon the direction of the board. Now, if you agree with those suggested amendments and that language within those contracts, and if you approve them as amended, staff will then take them and work through the process of getting them executed and approved by the contractors.
And 4K and 4L do include the amendments to more specifically reflect the services to be provided.
Yes, there's detail
Right.
in there, specific to the actual services as contained in the plan.
Mm-hmm. Thank you. And I think that we could probably approve all three of these together as amended. So I will move approval of items 4K, 4L, and 4M as revised.
Second?
Okay. Any questions, comments, discussion on the motion? Oh, look into the audience. No one's jumping up? Okay. Vote by button.
Motion carries 4-0 with Supervisor Hamburg absent.
Okay, now the balance of the consent calendar, we're dealing with, we've already dealt with, N's been continued, 4D's been continued. And so what, do we have, anything else being pulled from consent? We're just going to vote on the balance of the consent.
Was D full? I do have.
Well,
Sorry. I believe that it was 4I that was pulled.
well, it hasn't been pulled. My understanding was you were going to withdraw it.
That's correct. So I'm sorry, I thought you had pulled it for discussion. So I'm going to be withdrawing that at this time. There is some language in there I want to try and fix.
Okay, so we're continuing for a later meeting, the March 1st minutes, and then item I, which is approval of settlement agreement, that's being continued to a later meeting as well.
Correct.
And then everything else, the balance is what we'd be voting on now. Do we have anyone who wants to pull for discussion or just comment on any of these items?
I do.
Okay, Supervisor Brown.
Katie, I just want your name corrected on the agreement for item 4O. Supervisor Jurdy, Chair Jurdy, is DJ, E-R-D-E.
Okay, and yeah, that's not the correct spelling.
No, it's not.
Okay, we could take that as a correction of the typo. Okay. Do you have anything else?
That's...
Okay, Supervisor McCowan?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. There's one more item that I think we could slightly amend without actually pulling it, And I've, item 4R, I've had an exchange regarding this with Director Dunicliffe and clarified that since it is a fee for services contract, it is not a contract for the flat amount, but instead for a not to exceed amount. So item 3 of the resolution could be amended to say the compensation payable in agreement number PA 1662 will be increased from $50,000 to a not to exceed amount of $150,000. And Director Dunicliffe, I guess, could confirm.
We're seeing the A-OK on that one, so.
Also, a minor correction to the appointments, number 8. Huh? Huh? Oh, okay. So that's, we're making the appointment rather than as an alternate.
Okay, with that, are we ready to go?
With those corrections as noted, with D&I withdrawn, with KLMN having already been acted upon, I move approval of the consent calendar.
Second.
Okay. Any comment? Not seeing any. Vote by the button. I did look, yeah.
Motion carries 4-0 with Supervisor Hamburg absent.
Okay, thanks. Now we're on to the informational update, if we have one, on the Mendocino Town Plan.
Good afternoon, Chief Planner Andy Gustafson. My update today is brief. We met with the ad hoc committee last week, and we continue to have discussions regarding the contract for the dolls to extend their services. Meantime, the Coastal Commission staff continues to review our submitted and accepted application.
That's it?
That's it.
Has the commission, they haven't gotten back to the county about any expected time for referral to a commission vote?
No, they have not. We're waiting for their comments and clarifications.
Yeah, I believe they want to make some further comments and have some discussion.
Okay, so it's not scheduled and there's not
That's correct, yeah.
Okay, great. Well, thanks.
Thank you.
Department of Transportation Director's report, which we do have in our packet, I believe. Howard's not here, but
Mr. Chair, we could call Howard.
if anybody has a,
Right.
and we know how to get a hold of him anyway, so. So, I guess we'll just accept the report. Do we need a motion or just accept it? Okay.
No.
Okay. So then we're right on to discussion possible action, including the ratification of legislative platform. Do we have any?
There's no ledge item today, Mr. Chair, and there's no 5A, no CEO report as well. So 5A and 5B, there's nothing today.
Okay. So then we're just ready to go to supervisor reports. Your calendar there, Mr. Woodhouse?
Yes. I'm not sure if I'm allowed to say this during my report. It's a comment about my Laytonville-Lamac meeting. They're having a meeting tonight about the proposed changes or the drawing to meet your Lamac guidelines, and not happy and not willing to accept, and neither am I, that we would be limited to 5 board members. They have 7, and they need those 7 to be there and show up, because often people are traveling or doing their business. So it could be amended to 5 to 11 or whatever you want, but they were quite upset with me about it, and I didn't have anything to do with it. But I wanted to pass that along to whomever's drafting. Please make that change, or talk to me, or warn me when it's coming, because they'll be here.
And I think it's important that perhaps you talk to staff of the General Government Committee, Mr. Shaver.
Okay.
And exchange that. But it's my understanding, County Counsel's Office has reviewed, once again, the changes as a result of our last standing committee meeting.
Okay.
And it will be presented this Monday, the 12th, at 1:30. And I have talked to Allison, and I know a number of the MACs have different recommendations, and they want it to be more flexible, like in the membership, what MACs do, and because they all seem to be a little bit different and very concerned. And the one example I'll give you, one of the MACs allows for members on its body to have businesses, not just be residents, where others want only residents. The reason they want a larger group of people, again, asking for flexibility on that for whatever fits. If you get into a small populated area, then you're probably going to have smaller MACs. But when you have a large area that you're serving and a higher population, they want more people because they feel the MACs are making recommendations for the whole community. They want a little bit more diversity. And then there were some other, there was other verbiage that they did comment on, but most of the MACs only meet once a month. So we're hoping that they all have gone over it. We'll be watching our website, as well as receiving an emailed copy within probably, today's Tuesday, probably by tomorrow afternoon, so that they will have it. It might be a good idea as well to tell Mr. Shaver that they are meeting tonight.
Okay.
And maybe, are you going?
If I can tell them something good. Yeah,
Well,
I try to always go.
I'm trying to think. I think I have Allison Purnell. I think I have her email. I'm not sure.
Yeah, I talk to her a lot. She's
Okay, you have her email then?
Oh, yeah.
But it would be good to make sure she has a heads up, and that Mr. Shaver can send that along really quickly. But I don't know as though it's ready with any changes that have been made to do that.
Good, thank you. Yeah, you describe it well. Why they want a number of people is that they don't want 5 of their people to get together and do something. They have a lot of opinions, so and that's great. It's democracy.
Well, they
and
want
it's
diversity as
encouraging.
well, and
Yeah.
good community conversation.
And they get it.
Yeah.
That's all.
And I think the board heard from a lot of them, Jim Shields.
Good.
So, or I should say the standing committee.
Yeah, so I actually felt that our committee was trying to be responsive to their Jim Shields' suggestions and suggestions of others at the meeting. So I'm assuming that what we're recommending and what we'll produce at our next meeting will hopefully meet their satisfaction. So, Supervisor McCown, reports.
Thank you. Let's see, I guess we haven't met other than our special meeting since March 15th.
Yeah.
Going back a ways. So Supervisor Brown and I did attend the Redwood Region Logging Conference on March 18th and present the proclamation that the board adopted. And very interestingly, their keynote speaker said that they had, representing an East Coast investment firm, said that they had made the decision to invest in Mendocino County in California for a number of factors. One of the factors they considered was the regulatory environment. And as he stated it, California does not simply have the most stringent forest practice rules in the nation, but intergalactically. And knowing that, they made the decision to invest because they believe that the regulatory climate can't get much worse. Whereas in other areas of the country, they're still in the process of revising and updating and strengthening their forest practice rules. So that was an interesting perspective on the regulatory environment, but nevertheless, we welcome their investment. Supervisor Brown and I also attended the Coyote Valley grand opening of their new mini mart and gas station, and it actually does represent an economic development project for the tribe. They hope that that will provide the funding that will allow them to, I believe, build a new casino using their own funding rather than having to go for outside funding, which primarily benefits the outside funders. So that tribe, under the leadership of Tribal Chair Michael Hunter, seems to have a cohesive tribal council that is really trying to move their tribe forward in becoming economically sustainable. Supervisor Jurdy and I were at a town hall meeting sponsored by State Senator Mike McGuire on March 24th, hearing from different agencies on, what's going on currently. Not too surprisingly, items of interest to some members of the public were the Willits Bypass and the Grist Creek Aggregates asphalt plant.
We're really popular up there.
And on March 25th, I attended a homeless services summit called by Senator McGuire. It involved representatives from all 7 counties within his district, several county supervisors, mayors of some cities, state government agency representatives that can provide assistance in funding for different homeless services, local homeless service providers from various areas in the district. One of the main focuses was Senator McGuire's $2 billion No Place Like Home initiative, but also it was an update on changes that he has spearheaded to provide greater equity in funding. So one example, emergency shelter grants. Mendocino County is absolutely eligible, but has received no funding in the last 2 years because our local providers have struggled to submit competitive grant applications. So the change that Senator McGuire, I believe, was instrumental in bringing about, there will be a portion of the funding that will be guaranteed to local jurisdictions, and then the balance of the funding will be subject to competitive grants. And also rural areas have a separate carve-out from urban so that Humboldt doesn't have to compete with San Diego, for instance. So, we should see a return of emergency shelter funding to Mendocino County based on that. Local Agency Formation Commission did meet yesterday. Supervisor Brown and myself were there. We did give final approval to multi-agency fire service, municipal service reviews. I think probably 15 were included in that action. Others had been previously approved, principally for the cities and brook trails. On the 11th, at the Health and Human Services Standing Committee, I intend to have an item on animal care. There's still, I believe, quite a bit of uncertainty as to exactly where does the county stand on that issue, what's going on with the RFP. We're aware that the purchasing agent ended the RFP process, but I'm not sure that message is fully filtered out to the public, or they're not willing to accept it. So the purpose of having an agenda item would be for the committee to revisit the recommendation that we had previously made to come to the board that ultimately didn't come forward based on the action of the purchasing agent, but we're going to revisit that because it was a two-part recommendation. So I expect that following our committee meeting, there will be an agenda item to the board to weigh in on what are the next steps forward regarding animal care. Also, the board had previously referred the issue of mental health standing committee, the intent being that there is a lack of clarity about exactly what has the county contracted for, with who, for how much, and so simply compiling that basic information, having it readily accessible to the public, I think would serve a value, and so that's the purpose of that item. Also, I just wanted to mention that I think prior to March move that issue forward.
Chair Jurdy, Supervisor McCowan, we were looking at Monday,
Oh,
the 18th.
the 18th, thank you.
And we would share that. We would do the budget workshop half the day and the marijuana ordinance the other half of the day. And I'm not certain. I think we were looking at the afternoon. I believe that was working for the ad hoc.
Thank you. So April 18th for marijuana.
I just wanted to add on to something that you brought up about the meeting on homeless services that Senator McGuire organized, and because it was hosted in Mendocino County, there were more people from Mendocino County than any other county there in his district, including several nonprofits from Mendocino County. They probably equaled all the nonprofits from all the other counties that were there, including McAllen.
Right.
Anyway, but two statistics kind of jumped out at me that were stated in the meeting. One is that California is 12% of the nation's population, but 35% of the chronically homeless, long-term homeless in the United States are in California. So something's different about California, and I don't think it's just the weather.
I would agree. And also, the statistic is that on a per capita basis, Mendocino County has, for a county, has the second highest level of homelessness in the nation.
In the nation, yeah. So a lot of work to do there.
Wow.
Supervisor Brown?
Thank you, Chair Jurdy, and I just wanted to add to the LAFCO report that spheres of influence they're going quickly too. You've talked about MSRs, but I don't think you mentioned the spheres of influence. And basically, LAFCO is taxed with doing those and doing them every so often, 5 years. Mm-hmm. And it's just work that hasn't gotten done, but it's getting done. So I think we're all pretty proud of that, but it does take a lot of effort, a lot of reading, just like with our agendas. There is an RFP for the EO position, and it will close on Thursday. And on Friday, I sit on the ad hoc to do the paper screening. So we'll see how that goes. And I want to announce for LAVCO, they put money into, and this is the money of all the special districts as their assessments, the county of Mendocino, cities, to run LAVCO, but they're continuing with special training, and they have classes coming up, governance best practices. That's on April 13th. On May 11th is what is public engagement and why do it. And then on Wednesday, June 8th, it's financing options for special districts and other local governments. Each one is held in a different area around the county, including Willits, Boonville, and Fort Bragg. I just have one copy. It's supposed to be on their website, but if anyone would like to make a copy of this and get it to be able to tell some of their districts, I think it's important. But also at LAVCO, we did have a report from Noyo Harbor, and they brought up a lot of issues, talking about the SOI that really don't belong in an SOI. So I'm going to look to Supervisor Jurdy and perhaps if he would like to sponsor an agenda item for the harbor people to come, their board of directors to come and talk to us, because a lot of their issues had nothing to do with an SOI. And I think it would be really important to hear from them. We only have 2 harbors in our county, and certainly Noyo is a very important one for a lot of the fishing fleet off our Northern California coast. So I'd be happy to help you with the item if you would like. The Eel Russian River Commission met last Friday down in Sonoma County. It was a very long meeting, and the chair is to blame because she put the agenda together. So I had to apologize to my colleague. The next one will be in Eureka, and that will be sometime in October. But there is a quagga mussel plan. They received grant funding, so they're beginning to go through all the processes that you have to go through. And I will be meeting with the individual from the Army Corps, hopefully on Thursday, to talk a little bit more about this. But they did get the funding. We have a full lake, so it's even more important. The number of bass fishing contests they have around in the area, they draw them from all over, and it isn't necessarily, what would you say, some of these boats, you just don't know where they've coming from and where they've been. And I can't remember how many water bodies have been impacted since quagga was introduced to California, but I think it's 3 more have been infested. So I think it's extremely important, and the Eel Russian River Commission continues to work on these things. We heard about a safe harbor agreement, the first in the nation, having to do with salmon, and a restoration project in Dry Creek. It was a great report. And then we had Sustainable Groundwater Management Act and reports throughout Humboldt, Mendocino, and Sonoma, and Sarah Duquette presented for us. She always does a great job. We heard about Patrick Higgins on the Eel and ERP, Eel River Recovery Project, and what they've been doing to engage volunteers as well, and conditions over in the Eel, and mainly in the middle and lower parts. And then we also heard from Jay Jaspers, and this is on the Faro that is being worked on about to improve our water supplies and our reservoirs and relate it to weather. And this is an initiative that's being worked on through Scripps Institute. They have all the top scientists, and also agencies, scientists in the United States, and agencies involved. So that was really good. Josh Fuller, who's a fishery biologist from NOAA, talked about the Russian River Habitat Focus Area, its habitat blueprint, the work that they're doing there. We had our standing item about the fisheries update at the Potter Valley Project, but especially interesting was the Potter Valley Project Drought Working Group. And that was a presentation. Lake Pillsbury had gotten so low, they were worried about banks sloughing off and causing sedimentation that could very possibly plug up the needle valve that releases the water from Scott Dam. Everyone was engaged in this. I shouldn't say everyone. It was all stakeholders and those involved in the Potter Valley Project. They held weekly, sometimes bi-weekly meetings to watch the lake levels, and so they stopped meeting after we finally got El Nino, and the concern came from 2014, where they did have some sloughing in the banks, and just afraid what might happen to the needle that releases the water, but a very successful approach with this group and everyone working together on the project. So anyway, that's all.
Okay. Supervisor McCowan?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I have a request from Dave Jensen that we refer to the Health and Human Services Standing Committee a discussion of the Environmental Health Division's proposed local agency management plan. And I'm not sure what all is involved in that, but without objection, we would refer that to the committee and explore with Mr. Jensen exactly what the item is, and then presumably there'd be a subsequent item for the board.
No, I think that's great. That's the way we should be working.
Do you want to repeat that?
Pardon? Yes, it's a discussion of the Environmental Health Division's proposed local agency management plan.
Your mic's not on.
I'm sorry, to which committee?
To the Human Resource, or the Health and Human Services Committee.
Okay, because isn't the LAMP, and I'm actually looking at Supervisor Brown, haven't we included the LAMP in the Water Agency Action Plan? So should it be Health and Human Services or should it be Public Resources?
Well, let's refer it and that can be sorted out.
Okay.
But it's, it's environmental health would be under HHS.
Right, though I believe the LAMP is part of the Water Action Plan, which would be under Public Resources, so.
Well, so if I may, the referral would be to the appropriate committee.
Without objection.
And he who is sick today chairs that committee.
I just
To be determined.
Oh, okay.
know how important those details are, Supervisor McCowan, so I wanted to make sure I brought that up. Thank you.
Well, I agree with whatever. I hadn't thought of it that way, but yeah, I think it should be.
It's a really
It sounds like an exciting item.
Maybe it goes to both, to Health and Human Services and then to Public Resources as part of the Water Action Plan.
So I know it's been said before, but I did want to repeat one more time before we adjourn that on Friday, if someone is really interested in going to more meetings, we do have the meeting that was set up with CAL FIRE, and we have representative from our state senator, state assembly members' office, their representatives, Supervisor Hamburg and myself will be meeting right here in this building in Conference Room C to discuss with CAL FIRE how they're spending the SRA fees, how much of it's being spent in Mendocino County, what could potentially be done to increase the amount of money that's spent in Mendocino County. So if anybody wants to go, it's 10 o'clock on Friday at night.
And it is a public meeting, of
course.
Very
public meeting, yeah.
And I would love to be there, but I'm going to be doing paper screening for a new EO for LAFCO.
Okay. All right. So with that, let's adjourn the meeting at 4. was it 27?
We didn't think we were going to get out of here till 7.